Nero Blood. Written by Keary Taylor. Narrated by Jamie Lamchick. 1. Oh, slag. Oh, slag. Oh, slag. I'm stupid. So slam stupid. I've always been reckless. It's always been one of my biggest flaws. I barrel in with my head down and just explode all over everything. Why the void did I not think of this? As our ship aims for the gutted, dark planet that is Isroth, my entire body breaks out into a cold sweat. Cyrillius is galaxy famous for being the only person who can somewhat control the Kinduri and employ them. He has thousands of them here and on Gara Loon. As Valen said, if they touch me, they're going to know my plan. If they touch me, they'll know I'm a Nero, and Cyrillius knowing I'm a Nero will be so much worse than him torturing me for plotting his murder. He'll use me, just like he's used Valen. My heart is threatening to beat clean out of my chest and smack right into the viewport window. It's nearly impossible to close my eyes and search for calm. I needed more training. I may have made up for Solar's worth in the 3 lunars I was on Calypso studying under Zara and Kyrill, but I need more. I don't know if what I'm about to try to do is even possible, but I have to try, or my life is over. With my eyes closed, I let myself spiral down into my own mind. I reach out into my own brain. I comb through all of my recent memories. You have to do this, I whisper to myself. I don't know if this is even possible, myself argues back. You have to do it. I find my memories, all the recent ones, like they are books on a shelf. I picture myself taking them, one by one. I take them to a vault in the center of myself. One by one, I set them inside. I start from the beginning, the day Dominion came to Corpillion. I take the memory of my escape to the airspace. I take the memory of seeing Valen for the first time. I take the first time I used Neuron that day. I take all my uncertain thoughts and fears about being a Nero, and I put them in that vault. I find my conversations with Valen and put them inside. I take the time he came to me on the Corsair and the best moments of my life, when I was in his arms and my lips permanently promised themselves to his, and I store them away, safe. I find every moment of my time on Calypso and every second of my training and tuck it away. I take all the visions I've had of my future with Valen, serving Cyrillius. I place all thoughts of Edan and my plan of killing Cyrillius into the vault. And I close it all up. I tell myself not to forget the memories, but to hide them, where the Kinduri can never find them. It's as if the past 5 lunars never happened. You okay? Edan's voice rips me out of my own mind, and my eyes open once more. I find him looking at me with concern in his eyes. I'm fine, I say, but I don't think that's really the truth. My voice sounds tinny from the collar locked around my neck and covering my mouth. You sure? He asks, raising an eyebrow, because you kind of looked like you were either going to hurl or blow up the entire ship with your mind. I huff a laugh, shaking my head. It's just one of the many things I love about Edan Calwin. He says everything straight. I'm about to march into the heart of Isroth and try to do something impossible. Cut me a little slack if I need 2 seconds to collect my thoughts. He says, looking at me in this way I can't really describe. I know that's not what you were really doing, but whatever. We are approaching the presidential courtyard. The Frank's voice interrupts whatever bantering Edan and I would have continued with. Immediately, my eyes go back to the viewport. Where Corpillion is vertical, Isroth is flat and empty. The tallest building I can see for miles and miles can't be more than 10 stories high. It sits behind the presidential compound, and from the blue light that glows through the cracks, I know it's where they keep their neuron core that powers the planet. Everything is grouped together. I see soldiers' quarters, training facilities, big buildings I know are crop fields, hangars where ships are stored. Beyond that, it is barren nothingness. And there, just in front of us, is the presidential compound. It's a low-profile building, no more than 3 stories tall. It's made out of some kind of black material, but it's difficult to tell if it's stone or wood or synthetic. It sprawls out, huge and hulking. But everywhere, I see evidence of tunnels. They bore into the ground between buildings, dictating how the base was built. I see hangars that have been built on stilts, spanning over gaping maws that drop down into the belly of the planet. I see people around, but every single one of them is dressed in the Dominion uniform. There are thousands of soldiers milling about, all dressed in the dark gray uniform of Dominion. I know Edan is scared too, because he's being so quiet. He isn't making some snide joke, isn't calling anyone here an insulting name. He's just silently observing with a dark expression in his ever-tired-looking eyes. I'd reach over and grab his hand to comfort us both, but my own hands are still cuffed behind my back, and I'm tied to this chair. Slowly we descend. I can see the courtyard. There's a huge wall built around the whole thing. Behind it is the nothingness of this depleted planet. The side of the courtyard attaches to the compound. As we get closer and closer, I see soldiers spill out of the building, circling. What the void was I thinking? I'm just one slam person. Who do I think I am taking all this on? How could I drag Edan into this? Stop it, I scold myself. Don't get yourself killed. You have to do this, or you're going to spend the rest of your miserable life not having what you want. That's him. But I don't let myself think his name. I have to keep him locked up in the vault, too. As I feel the Corsair touch down in the courtyard, I close my eyes once more for a few moments, pulling calm into myself, and making sure that vault and the past 5 lunars are locked up tight. Stars, Nova, Zane had once said back on Corpillion. Why do you have to be so slam epic all the time? I feel it then, calm washing over me. A little smile grows on my face. I've always been reckless. I run in with my head down, and I get slag done. You ready? Edan asks. My eyes slide open, and through the viewport, I see dozens of soldiers and Kinduri surrounding our ship. I'm ready, I say. The hatch gives a hiss as we decompress. Edan comes to my side, untying me and yanking me to my feet for show. He presses a gun into my side for good measure. The hatch lowers, and it's barely even touched the ground before soldiers are spilling into the ship. dressed in their dark gray uniforms, they aim their Neron weapons at me. Through them steps a figure. Her frame may be slight because she's a woman, but she is incredibly strong, toned, trained. Her blonde hair, slightly lighter in color than mine, is pulled back in a severe bun at the back of her head. Her nose is delicate, except the one place that gives away the obvious fact that it's been broken at some point. Her lips are full. Her green eyes are piercing. She may be beautiful, but she exudes power and dominance. "This must be the weapons manufacturer," she says. Her voice is low and quiet. If it were any louder around us, I never would have heard her. "Thank you for bringing her to us." She may not have made it easy," Edan says, lying as easy as he breathes. "But what is money if it's not hard-earned?" Her mouth doesn't even twitch with a hint of a smile. "We can take it from here," the woman says. "The credits will be deposited into your account shortly." For half a second, my heart jumps into my throat. Edan can't leave. I need him. "I don't think so, sweetheart," he says, eyeing the woman with dubiousness. "I know how these things work. I've been screwed over before. How about I just hang around until I see things squared away?" The woman looks at Edan appraisingly. She doesn't say a word, but suddenly turns on her heel. "Follow me, then." My pulse skyrockets as the soldiers close in around us. One of them extends this rod, and suddenly a Neron arc darts out of it, just half a second before it attaches to the cuffs around my wrists. The burn of Neron bites into my skin, arcing through my entire body, and a cry of pain barks out of me before I can control it. The initial sting fades quickly, but instead, I'm left with the buzzing hum. It doesn't necessarily hurt, but it's irritating. Like my skin has undergone too much stimulation and is now sensitive and raw. The feeling races through my entire body. It makes it hard to breathe. "Let's go," the soldier says. He shoves that rod forward, and as if it's magnetized to my cuffs, it shoves me forward and I stumble 2 steps. I could control the pain. I could harness that Neron that's sending waves of energy through my body. But there aren't just soldiers surrounding us. Staggered among them, leading from my ship to the compound, are half a dozen Kinduri. My eyes meet theirs. There is no white in them anymore. I can't tell if they'd once had blue eyes or green. They're only black now. Glossy and weeping, leaving constant black trails rolling down their faces. Black spreads from their lips, like ink seeping out in every direction. Their fingertips are black and withered. They wear black, tattered clothes, every one of them. I meet their eyes, and they meet mine. I could control the pain the Neron is causing me, but I have to look normal now. A normal person wouldn't be able to do anything about it, so I have to bear it. I keep my mind empty as the soldiers march me forward, across the blackened earth beneath our feet. I don't let myself feel anything. I don't let myself think anything. I only allow observation. There are 21 soldiers. There is the woman in front of me. There are 7 Kinduri. 1 me. 1 Edan. The odds are impossible, but I know what I want. I know what I have to do. Inside, I find a long hallway. There are doors that break off from it, but surrounding me is black floor, black walls, and black ceiling. Small yellow lights are affixed to the walls every so often, but they don't feel sufficient. I feel like I'm walking into a cave. I steal a glance to my side to look at Edan and see how he's handling all this. He only looks straight ahead, his shoulders slightly hunched forward. His expression is determined. Slam, he's good at this. I'll forever be grateful for that day I ran into him on Lazyria. I need a mad partner in crime. The hall is endless. Before too long, there are bodies lining up in the hall. More and more and more Kinduri. I feel their soulless gaze on me. I try not to, but I still meet their eyes. How could anyone choose to do this to themselves? How could it ever be worth it? On and on we follow the woman, past dozens of doors. I'm starting to get antsy. Do we really have to walk through the entire compound to reach Cyrillius? I thought we had landed in his own courtyard. Finally, there ahead, I see the space open. He has to be there. But the hallway narrows just before it opens to the space. Bodies crowd through, bottlenecking. Soldiers and Edan shove up against me, everyone anxious to be firmly present when Cyrillius sets eyes on the woman he's been after for lunars, sees that she has finally been brought in to meet justice. It stinks, like sweat and death and war as I'm crowded. I feel like I can't breathe. I'm shoved forward, and I try not to trip over myself as I'm marched right into the middle of the huge room. He may only be the president of a massive company, but like he's a slam king, Cyrillius sits on a black throne in the middle of the huge room. Two. His russet-colored hair is neatly done. His dark gray suit is neatly pressed. He sits poised and calm, only betrayed by a gleam of excitement in his eyes. All the Neron deposits on Isroth may have been mined out decades ago, but Neron is everywhere. In our clothing, in each of the soldiers' weapons, in the stones beneath our feet. I can feel it. My blood calls to it, and it calls to me. My hands are still bound behind my back, but I twist my fingers, taking possession of just a little bit of the Neron arcing from that rod. I just begin flattening it out, forming it into a spear, when something screams in my brain. My eyes squeeze closed, and I want to put my hands to my head, but they're still bound behind my back. The breath catches in my throat, and I cringe in on myself. Screams. There are eerie screams echoing in my head. Even though my eyes are closed, there are flashes of light. I let them slide open and find my vision distorted. Everyone around me looks wrong. Their faces are long and stretched out. Their mouths are open wide, too wide, so wide they could swallow me whole. Their eyes are entirely white and blurry. The light flashes white, and then black and white and black. I try to suck in a breath, but it's impossible. My mouth is stuck open in a horrified O. I stagger back 2 steps, trying to get away from everyone, with their terrifying, stretched-out forms, their open, gaping mouths. What's happening? What is happening? But as I blink and finally suck in a breath, everyone has returned to their normal selves. No one is stretched. No one's mouths have opened 10 times wider than should be possible. They're all acting like nothing at all has happened. I realize the Neron I began to form into a deadly weapon has dissipated. Instead of determination, my focus to kill Cyrillius right here and now. I find fear singing in my blood and in my brain. "You're a difficult woman to find," Cyrillius says. My brain can't catch up. What just happened? Why, whenever I think about doing what I came here to do, can I only think of the shrieks I heard? Cyrillius smiles and stands, clasping his hands together behind his back, almost as if he is mimicking me. "I would be very interested to hear where you have been the past 5 lunars. I've had billions of eyes looking for you, and until now you have gone undetected. Hiding that well takes special skill in this day and age." "Go to void," I breathe as I glare at the man I hate more than anything in this entire universe. Cyrillius gives a smile, condescending and controlled. "May I ask where you finally captured her?" He turns to Edan. "She was trying to slip away from Laziria," he says, practicing the lie that isn't totally a lie. Because if the Kinduri dig into his mind, I need them to see what he says. "Brave little Kakshi. I'd heard rumors she was there a while back, but slipped away. How arrogant she must be to think that she could keep slipping in and out." Cyrillius makes a noise of acknowledgement, and his eyes slip back to me. "So you stole a ship on Corpillion and went gallivanting about the Eon Galaxy, is that it?" I glare at the evil man, imagining all the ways I wish he would die. His face distorts and flickers, a scream ripping through my brain. I blink, shaking my head. What is happening? "Yes," I say. My lips form words before my brain can plan how I should handle this. I took what I needed and I got off that planet before you could ruin everything. "And what of the woman you worked with?" he says. He comes to stand in front of me. He's so tall. He towers a full head taller than me, looking down at me with those warm brown eyes of his. "The woman who ran the mine? Rena McDyer?" Rena. The offer on her head wasn't conditional on her being brought in alive. He wants her punished, permanently, for taking what he thinks of as his. He wants her dead. "She's dead," I say, putting as much confidence into my voice as I can. It was something I hadn't thought about, that our immune systems might not take kindly to the ecosystems and bacteria of other planets. Guess they say get your vaccinations for a reason. I'm faking it. All this confidence. I have to be good at it. I have to be a good liar. We both picked up a bug on one of the planets where we resupplied. I fell unconscious after the worst few days of my life. When I woke up, I let my words trail off, letting my eyes fall to the floor for show. Rena was dead. For just a moment, Cyrillius's expression is blank, his eyes boring into mine, evaluating everything I say. He must believe me, because a smile begins to form on his face. "You slamming cack!" I lunge toward him, but am brought to my knees as a bolt of neuron energy rips through my body. It hurts more than anything ever. But then, it feels good. Just one dart of pain, and I instantly capture it inside of me. I hold on to it. I store it for later. A wicked smile begins to form on my face as I look up at Cyrillius standing over me. Screams. Shrieks. Cyrillius's face distorts, and the lights flicker as I begin to think about all the ways I'm going to cut him apart. The breath catches in my throat, nearly choking me. And like he knows exactly what is happening, Cyrillius smiles again. It's broad. His teeth are all straight, and the line of them is perfectly even, as if all his teeth were filed down to be the same length. There's even a dimple in his left cheek. "I thank you for bringing her to me, Commander 12-3, Cyrillius says, looking to the side at the woman who led us into the compound. "You can pay this young fellow and escort him back to his ship." "He wanted to be paid by you himself before he leaves," the woman with no name, only a number, says. "That's not entirely the truth," Edan says. My skin breaks out into goosebumps, fear showing on my skin in a physical way. "I need something from her, and I don't intend to leave until she does it. I hope you will understand." Slag, 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 I think in a resounding chorus in my brain when Cyrillius looks over at Edan. He's the most powerful man in the galaxy. He's responsible for the deaths of billions. Edan is just one tiny nobody, and he's just stood up to the giant. "Considering you were able to capture the woman I had thousands hunting for, I will give 1 hour of my time as a thank you for your merits," the man says, chilling me. 12-3, bring the prisoner and her delivery man to my office. I don't even get to take one breath after that before the man behind me yanks me to my feet, and I trip and stumble as he shoves me back in the direction we just walked. Back through the line of Kinduri, I'm forced to walk. We came all this way through the compound just so that Cyrillius could show me off. Show that even I cannot hide from him. No one can. I wonder if Arden will be talking about my capture tonight on her spacecast. I wonder if the galaxy will feel defeated just a little more. Don't give up. I send the thought out into the ether. Don't lose your fighting spirit. I marched down the hall and then to the right, down another hall. The ceilings stretch tall this way, and gold and neon blue mixes among the ashy black that everything seems to be constructed of. There are intricate designs in the walls, laid into the floor, creating light paths along the ceiling. It's beautiful, but also evil. My skin crawls as we walk further into the heart of the compound. So much work and thought was put into this section. It's impressive. But it's exactly what I would have expected from a malevolent, power-hungry man like Cyrillius. There are 4 doors that break off from the hall, 2 on each side. And straight ahead, there is a towering set of double doors. They're pitch black, but there are solid gold designs lacing all over the surface. Cyrillius pushes the doors open, and I'm shoved ahead. If I thought the hallway was impressive, it is nothing compared to Cyrillius's personal office. The walls, like everywhere else, are solid black, except the wall straight ahead. The entire surface glows a nearly blinding bright shade of blue. It sparkles and shimmers. As my eyes adjust, I realize that it's made of carefully cut and placed shards of Neron. They're cut in precise shapes to capture light and refract light, sending it dancing. There's enough Neron on that wall to power a city for a solar, and it's just sitting on Cyrillius's wall, as decoration. A black desk with gold inlays is off to the right side of the room. Sitting in the center of the room are 4 gold chairs, set in a square. 12-3 nods her head for the soldier behind me to put me in one of the uncomfortable-looking chairs. He directs me so hard, I trip into the seat, landing hard on my right hip and nearly falling out when he releases the Neron rod. "Remove the collar," Cyrillius says as he takes a seat across from me. She's a human being, not an animal. Edan steps forward and waves his connect link over the back of the collar around my neck. It pings and unlatches, clattering to the ground when Edan doesn't reach for it, and my hands are not free to try and catch it. I thought you were a quick, decisive man, Cyrillius, I say, locking my eyes on him. What's with the dramatics? I'm not afraid to die, so you can go ahead and get my beheading over with. You have fire in you, Nova Ainsley. Every drop of blood in my body goes cold at hearing my name come across his lips. Yes, he says as he crosses his legs. He rests his elbow on the arm of the chair, touching his chin. We did finally discover your name. There are many people on Corpillion. There are a lot of security cameras. But we found some information about you. That you worked for Horn Energy, that you are the daughter of a maintenance worker for a school, that you used to be romantically involved with a coworker, that they were both crushed when one of the towers collapsed the day I arrived on your planet. My skin crawls at hearing that Cyrillius knows about Zane, about my father. But every part of me sings in triumph that from the footage he apparently watched, he thought Zane and my father were killed. He has no idea they made it to the other side. Don't you dare speak about them, I say, turning my face away from him, letting my eyes fall to the floor. I even managed to make my eyes well a little bit. I'm learning that I'm a slam good actress. My eyes slide back to see Cyrillius give that little smile. Oh, how I will claw his lips from his face. Screams rip through my brain, and the room flashes white and black as Cyrillius's mouth gapes open, his eyes turning white, blurring. I twitch back in my seat, blinking 5 times, clearing the horror from my eyes. Slag. What is happening to me? What is the matter, Nova? Cyrillius asks, and if I didn't know better, I would say that was genuine concern in his voice. Are you not feeling well? I take a slow breath and straighten in my chair. I hold my head high. I don't know what you're talking about. I feel absolutely fine. I notice that Edan took exactly 1 step closer to me. Just 1. Because he's concerned. I know if this goes too far, he'll do his very best to tear apart this entire room and everyone in it. But he'll also get vaporized in 2 seconds if he does, if he isn't careful enough. So he only took 1 step toward me. What is it you need from this woman? Cyrillius says to Edan, and maybe I'm doing a decent job playing his mind game too, because he doesn't continue trying to worm his way into my head. Let's clear your business and you can get paid and leave. I told you it wasn't easy capturing her, Edan says, taking a swaggering step forward. Others have tried and failed. I tracked her down by setting a trap. I set up a deal. Credits for a weapon. Two-faced lying cack he. I growl under my breath for effect, glaring death at the man I'm more grateful for than anyone else in the galaxy at the moment. Edan smiles coldly at me, and I swear he really did betray me. He's so good at this. I commissioned a weapon from her, paid through the nose for it. She promised me delivery in 2 days when we last met, and I got the feeling she was getting squirrely on me. And she did try escaping. That's when I caught her. Edan takes another step toward me, fixing me with his tired, hollow eyes. I paid for that weapon. I don't intend to leave until she finishes it for me. He slowly looks back at Cyrillius. I went to a lot of trouble to bring her to you, Cyrillius. Surely you can show your gratitude and let me crash here until she fulfills the order I paid for." My heart is thundering in my chest as the two of them look back and forth at each other. We have so many holes in our plan, so many what-ifs. We're already going off script. I was supposed to kill Cyrillius the moment I saw him. I tried. I failed. Now we're on to our backup plan. Because you accomplished what so many others could not, I will allow 4 days. Nova will be given the supplies to complete whatever you hired her to create. And then you will take your reward money, and you will leave Isroth. Edan gives a little smile and nods his head. He extends his hand out to Cyrillius, who doesn't look like he wants to accept, but he does shake Edan's hand. "You," Cyrillius says, nodding toward one of the soldiers. "Take this young man to the guest quarters." "Yes, President," the man says, giving a quick bow to Cyrillius. He steps toward Edan, extending a hand out to the door, waiting. For just a second, Edan's eyes flash to mine, and he doesn't know what to do. The thought of being separated from each other on this terrifying planet is unfathomable. But we have our roles to play right now. "Go!" I mentally scream at him as loud as I can, and I pray that he can feel it. We have no other choice right now. And somehow he must get the message, because with a sly little smile at me, he turns and follows the soldier out through the doors. I watch them as they swing closed once more, leaving me here alone with the most evil man in the entire galaxy. Three. "Your work is remarkable, Nova." My eyes snap back over to Cyrillius, and I immediately see it in his eyes. He's being genuine. "I have worked with engineers and smiths and inventors my entire life," he says. He uncrosses his legs and sits forward, bracing his elbows on his knees. "I've worked with the best of the best. I've recruited from the galaxy's best universities." He locks eyes with me, and I hate how much I can tell he means this. "I have looked into your history and your background, Ms. Ainsley." He presses his fingers together, turning them white. "You have a minimal degree. Your marks were all at the top of your class, but you did not pursue higher education, which would have led to higher paying positions." His eyes narrow a little, like he's studying me, trying to understand what makes me tick. "Your creativity has met no other equal," he says, and surprise leaks into my stomach. "Whips, guns, swords, bombs, arrows. You've come up with ideas that my best teams have never imagined. Your designs are flawless." It starts falling into place, becoming more and more clear as Cyrillius compliments me when I thought he was going to kill me. "I've never seen such fine work, Nova," he says. His voice is soft and low. I hear the sincerity in it, and I swear there's a hint of reverence in it. "You've done remarkable work while hiding in the shadows, working with incredibly limited resources." Goosebumps prickle out onto my skin because I know where this is going. "I want you to work for me." I huff a laugh and shake my head. "I would never, not in 1,000 solars." If he's surprised by the answer, he doesn't let on. "Credits would not even matter to you anymore," he says, going on like I hadn't even spoken. "Nothing would be outside your reach. You may hold on to the belief that this galaxy is black and white, right and wrong, but you are only putting limitations on yourself with those beliefs. He slides forward in his seat so that there is only 1 foot between us. Imagine what you could create with the resources I could offer you, Nova. My eyes are fixed on a spot on the wall across the room. I'm not sure when I had to look away from his gaze. Maybe when he started talking about right and wrong. Maybe when he complimented me and, just for a second, I felt pride. But I can't look at him right now. We could revolutionize the galaxy together, Cyrillius says, and I swear he whispers it right into my ear, reaching down into the pit of my stomach. Why hold yourself back when you could be hailed as a modern-day genius? My head rips back, my eyes burning cold at him. You may have lost your soul a long time ago, Cyrillius, but I still have mine. I won't offer it up to you. Evenly, he looks into my eyes, and I can tell. He thinks he's going to be able to sway me. He thinks I will come around. I hear you, he says as he stands. He walks around his chair and rests his hands on its back. I'd like to give you some time to think about it. We have plenty of that. He nods to Commander 12-3, who steps forward. With that rod, she jerks me to my feet and marches me back toward the door. I steal one glance over my shoulder, back at Cyrillius. He gives me a little smile, watching as I am hauled away. It's a prison cell. It might not look like one because there's a massive plush bed, comfortable carpet beneath my feet, clean white curtains over the windows, and the most beautiful bathroom I've ever seen attached to it. But the door is locked. There are bars on the windows. I can't leave. It's a prison cell. Commander 12-3 dumps me in the room before leaving. I hear the lock slide into place. And then I'm alone. Slag. I really, really didn't ever want to be alone on this planet. I rub my wrists, which are raw and swollen from the cuffs 12-3 removed before she left me. I want a shower. I feel dirty, tainted. I want off this planet. Everything has gone wrong. You're there now, aren't you? The voice comes through my brain, pressing in with a gentle, probing force. Yes, I answer honestly, because Valen and I are best and worst together when we are very honest and open with each other. I've felt it all day until just now. The curiosity, the disgust, the fear. His voice sends a wave of peace through me, though, countering all the emotions he just accurately described. Are you all right? I look around the room where I'm imprisoned. No, I think to myself. Everything's gone wrong. But I have to be careful how I handle this, or it's all going to get so much worse. I aim for a chair next to the window and curl up into it. I'm not hurt, I say, which is the truth. You know that's not all I'm asking, Nova. I barely contain a groan that wants to work out my chest when he says my name. It's like another connection, far more intimate than just speaking telepathically. It's a promise. It's a bond. It's forever. I knew there would be things I couldn't plan for when I decided to do this, I say, as I curl into myself, making myself smaller and smaller. I knew things could go wrong, that we'd have to improvise. How much are you improvising right now? he asks. Just the whole slam thing, I say, because I have to be honest when I can. Nova, I will handle this, I say, cutting him off. Because if he makes promises, I will let him keep them. There isn't any other way, Valen. You have to let me do this on my own. That's not how partners are supposed to work, he says, and I hear the frustration and regret in his voice over circumstances we can do almost nothing about. Maybe this is all just insanity and too impossible. I am who I am, and sometimes things are just too big. How far can we push things, Nova? At what point do we have to realize we're just asking too much? Stop, I say, shaking my head as a hard knot forms in my chest. Just stop. I'm not afraid of a little hard work, and I'm going to be pretty disappointed if you are, Valen. Because in the end, it's simple. I'm going to do anything to change our future. I've already decided. We might be from different places. We might have different upbringings, but in the end, you are still the one I want to talk to at the close of every day. My heart is racing, and emotions are rising up inside of me. I can hardly breathe, so it's a good thing I'm not having to talk out loud. I want to be with you, Valen, and I'm ready to fight until my last breath for that chance to live out the future. I take 3 breaths, gathering myself back in. I mean it. Every one of these words, despite how insane and impossible they are. I've only ever been in Valen's physical presence twice. Twice. But he's here in my head. He occupies my chest. He's heard my thoughts. He feels my secrets. He knows me. And I know him in a way no one else in the galaxy ever will. Do you think it's worth fighting for, too? I ask him. I don't feel or hear anything for a long moment. And I'm fearful. I'm not stupid. I'm not ignorant. Valen has never hesitated if he had to kill someone. He has never felt guilt over the thousands of lives he's ended. He has no compassion. The darkness in him could swallow planets. The anger and resentment and hatred he's held in his heart for decades could obliterate every last Keary in the galaxy. We are not the same. He has done so many bad things in his life, I couldn't count them. I'm fighting to free everyone in the galaxy. We couldn't be more different. But I still feel it. I hold on to it with every bit of strength I have. There is potential in Valen. The potential for change. The potential for good. The potential for greatness. I don't know that I can be what you see me as, Valen finally says. I feel his conflict, the weight in his stomach. But I know I can't go back. Now that I've found you, Nova, I can't go back. It isn't a promise. He doesn't tell me he's going to change. But he does say he'll never let me go. That should scare me. That should make me think twice. But for right now, for where my heart and soul is, it's enough. I can do this, I say, my voice quiet and low and already exhausted, even though it is only mentally spoken. I promise you, Valen, I can and I will do this. I'll do whatever it takes. I search for him in my mind. Only his voice is there, but I pull up a mental picture of him. I trace all the details. The blackness of his hair, the arch of his brow, the length of his jaw, the set of his lips. But mostly, the vividness of his blue eyes. I reach out to that picture and I pull it into me. I let his arms wrap around me, holding me with strength. I am with you, Nova. His voice fills my entire mind. I promise. I will do whatever it takes to be with you. I smile. I swear my entire body is glowing. It's hard. Everything is hard and the odds are impossible. But I'm happy. Then stay where you are and let me figure this out, I say to him. I need you to stay safe and away until Cyrillius is dead. Once more, I feel his conflict. Valen can do anything. He could destroy planets, command ships and armies. He can wield Nero. But this, he cannot do this. He cannot kill Cyrillius. I get a wishful impression, but not words of promise, and I have to remember who he is and everything in his past. I don't want to be alone here, I say meekly. I get up from the chair and climb into the massive bed. I slip under the covers, pulling them up and over my head where I can pretend I am on Kylea, in the same house as Valen. Will you stay with me tonight? My eyes are still closed, but I swear I feel the air around me warm. I swear I feel the brush of a hand on my arm. I swear I feel lips brush against my neck. Forever, I hear his voice whisper. And we may be sectors away, across the galaxy, but I feel him with me, and his promise, as if it's been burned into my very skin. Four. I'm dead asleep. So when the door swings open and 3 people walk in, they scare the slag out of me. I reach for my Neuron staff, but it isn't anywhere near me. We had to leave it on the Corsair. I hope you slept well, a female voice says. I blink, pushing my wild hair out of my eyes, and take a defensive stance on the bed. Commander 12-3 walks into the room, followed by 2 others. The first, a woman wearing black clothing, carries a tray of food, enough to feed 6 people. The other, a man with brilliant red hair and a proud nose and chin, carries something in a garment bag. He hooks it onto the wardrobe and unzips it, revealing a sophisticated-looking jumpsuit with a high collar. You'll be meeting with our engineers and suppliers in 1 hour, 12-3 says, folding her hands behind her back. You will have approximately 3 hours to work with Edan Calwin today, and the next 4 days completing the weapon he commissioned. Cyrillius will be joining you later today. I stand frozen on the bed, unsure of what to do as the woman sets the food on a table, and then she and the red-haired man leave the room. Through the door, I see 4 guards standing on either side. They all hold Neuron weapons. I don't stand a chance at running. Take a shower, 12-3 says. Eat some food. Get dressed. I will be back in 45 minutes to escort you. She turns without another word and walks out, leaving me locked in this room once more. I step off the bed, looking from the food to the door to the clothes they left me. At first, I'm dead set that I won't touch the food, even if I am starving. They could have put anything in it. I could be dead in less than a minute. But Cyrillius wants me to work for him, so it makes no sense to poison me. The food is just food, and it does look slam delicious. I step forward, running my fingers over the clothing they left. It's made of fine leather and cotton, high quality. It's all black with neon blue stitching. A picture flashes through my mind. of how fine Valen and I would look, standing side by side in our black. I blink, shoving the thought aside. I head into the bathing room and turn the water on, hot as I can stand. 20 minutes later, I'm clean and dressed with my hair braided over one shoulder. I hate how much I like the clothing they brought me. They even left fingerless gloves, the same kind I loved to wear back on Corpillion. My stomach is clenching in tight knots of nerves, but I force myself to eat a few bites, knowing I have to keep up my strength for what is to come. Whatever that might be. Right on time, the door swings open, and in steps 12-3 with 4 guards at her sides. "Follow me," she says flatly. Without a word, I follow her out the door, back into the hall. This one is simple, unlike the way into Cyrillius's quarters. There are 10 doors along this hall. I count them, making sure to pick out markers so that if I need to, I can find my way back or out. We take a right at the end of the hall, heading in the opposite direction of Cyrillius's quarters. There are so many people here in the compound. There are hundreds of soldiers, headed this way or that. There are important diplomats stepping out of meetings. There are commanders. There are cleaning crews by the dozens. This really is like a hive, all scurrying to work for their king bee. And everywhere, there are Kinduri. They watch me with their black eyes as I walk by. With every ounce of will I have, I lock everything inside that vault, determined they will never find my truths. A wall at the end of a hall opens, and I don't realize it is an elevator until the entire, what I thought was a room, begins to descend. Down and down we fall, and I wonder just how deep the shafts fall into the heart of Isroth, or if the entire planet has just been tunneled out now, and there is no bottom, only the other side of the planet. Silently, we all take the ride down into the belly of Dominion's headquarters. And then there's a deep buzz, and the doors slide open. I expected dark. I thought there would be more black walls, black floor, black ceiling. Instead, I'm blinded by brilliant white. White ceiling, white walls, white floor. There are people bustling about, all wearing similar black uniforms with long sleeves, the symbol of Dominion sewn into the shoulder. There is equipment everywhere, tools, forges, and there are shards of Nero lying around everywhere like they're no more valuable than writing utensils. Slag. Cyrillius was right. I'm already imagining what I could create in this space. Commander 12-3 gives me an encouraging shove from behind, forcing me to step out into the immense lab. Straight ahead, a group of people look at us expectantly. Standing behind them all is Edan. I breathe a little sigh of relief seeing him in one piece, seemingly unharmed. "These are our chief engineers," 12-3 says, indicating each of the men. She quickly rattles off their names, which immediately go in one ear and out the other. "They will be assisting you in the completion of the weapon you must complete. The guards will remain here, and will keep an eye on things. You may begin now." She doesn't waste time. She turns and marches right back for the elevator, leaving behind her 4 soldiers, in addition to the 6 I already saw standing around the perimeter. Cyrillius might talk about my work with awe, but these employees certainly don't. I see resentment and annoyance in their eyes as they look me up and down. They shake my hand with sneers on their faces. I'm just a rat from Corpillion to them. I don't deserve the praise their boss is giving me. Slam them to void. I don't care what they think about me. Ladies, Edan says, stepping into the group of men in stiff uniforms. All these introductions are sure to lead to lifelong friendships, but this little Kakshi has work to do so I can get paid and off this slam planet. They all look at Edan with a sneer, off-put by his rough appearance. But it does the trick. They clear out of the way, giving us our space and free run of the lab. Let's get to it, shall we? Edan says, loudly enough for those we're performing for. He shoves a huge box at me, the parts inside clanking loudly. I don't think I fully contain the tiny smile that forms on my lips as I take it from him. Together, we go to one of the tables set up in the room, a good distance from the others working down here in the celestially lit underbelly of Isroth. The parts in this box really are a weapon I never finished. I started working on it one evening on Calypso, and never had time to finish it. It's a sword. An archaic, single-edged sword that's 3 feet long and massive. But instead of a sharp, metal edge to the blade, I'm making it out of sharpened, razor-edged Neron. I rattle off instructions, listing the supplies I need. The lesser workers scramble about, gathering everything I ask for. They're overly eager and up to please anyone, even me. They must be unpaid understudies. I talk loudly as I work, all for show, towing the line between fake and obvious, and seriously needing them to think I'm actually building this weapon for Edan. As the last of the helpers walk away, getting out of earshot, Edan leans in close. Why the void is Cyrillius still alive? He hisses into my ear. My eyes slide over to meet his, and a spark of fear and distortion light in me. You had plenty of opportunity, he says, looking around at the guards. None of them are paying us much mind. I saw you starting to form that Neron, and then you just stopped. What the void is going on, Nova? My eyes flick from those working off to our left, back down to the sword I'm creating. I don't know what's happening, but every time I think about killing him, I just can't. What the void is that supposed to mean? He growls. You're a slam Nero, Nova, a good one. There might not be much natural Neron here, but you've seen this place. He looks around. They've got Neron lying around like they're the souls of all those Cyrillius has killed. I shake my head as I carve the mold that I will use to forge the handle. It's not that. Then what is it? He hisses. Because I might be manic and mad, but even I know that every second we stay on this planet, we are risking our lives. What gives, Nova? I don't know how to explain it, I say, as my heart rate picks up. My palms are sweating. The light around me flickers just twice, white and then black. It's like every time I think about killing him, something happens in my brain. In your brain? He asks, doubtful and confused. I nod without looking at him, and I'm filled with this absolute fear. But my words cut off as that massive door swings open, and in walks Cyrillius, accompanied by 2 guards and a very official-looking man I've noticed who follows him around, waiting to fulfill his every request. I know you were promised more time, Cyrillius says as he walks through the lab, his hands clasped behind his back. But I'm afraid I need to use the time I have. Nova may resume work on your commission tomorrow morning. Edan puts on a good show of looking annoyed, but he gives a little dip of his head and walks out of the lab and through the door without putting up a fight. I hope that you slept well, Cyrillius says as he turns to me. He fixes me with those cinnamon-brown eyes. Like a baby, I respond. And the thought to kill him surges in me, but I shove it back down, not wanting to see his face distort or hear screams in my brain. It's already a fine piece, Cyrillius says, stepping up to the table. He reaches down, picking up the blade that is only half formed. There is an empty groove where I still need to insert the Neron, once I've shaped and sharpened it. But the steel is high quality, the best I could buy from our time on Lazyria. Though I think Edan Calwyn overestimates his strength. The blade is far too large and long for someone of his stature. Yeah, that's what I tried to tell him, I say, going along with the lies. I gave him my suggestions, but you know how most men are. They think the bigger the shaft, the better the bang. I'd like to show you something, Cyrillius says, ignoring my harsh words, instead offering a pleasant smile. If you would come with me. The 2 guards with him close in around me. There's no if about this invitation. I step forward so they don't grab me, walking up to Cyrillius's side as if this were my choice and I don't mind going with him. He steps forward, and I follow after him. We cross through the lab to the far side. Cyrillius scans his hand on a pad on the wall, and it slides open, revealing another elevator. We all step inside, and it closes, trapping us. We've been working on something new, the corrupt leader says as the elevator moves sideways, slipping under the surface of his planet. It's been under construction for 2 solars. I've been most disappointed that it has not been completed yet, but we have run into a few hiccups. The doors slide open once more, and I'm overcome by the smell of metal and charged oxygen. It's dark here, dimmer than the rest of the compound. This place is not white and lit up like the lab. We exit into a tunnel, which we walk through, our steps echoing off the rock-hewn walls. Up ahead, I see sparks, hear the sounds of voices yelling. I smell sweat. I feel the excitement of creation spark under my skin. Finally, we walk out onto a ledge with a metal railing, and I look out. The space before me is massive. Buildings are my best comparison for space, having grown up on Corpillion. It's the size of 4 massive city blocks and rises at least 15 stories high. We're standing a good 10 stories up above the flat ground below, granting us the view of everything beneath us. There are probably 100 workers bustling about. I see welders and architects, electricians. There are miners and mechanics. There are 5 ships on the ground below. 3 Class 6 fighter ships, brand spanking new, still under construction. There's a Class 3 freighter that seems to be under repair. But there in the center of it all is something I've never seen before. It's the size of a Class 4, big enough to carry a crew of 20 or so. But I've never seen a ship so narrow and long. It's like it's been stretched out and sharpened to a razor's edge. But that is not what shocks me, holds my eyes absolutely captive. It's the core, which on every ship I've seen is mounted to the back of the ship. This one stretches along the entire top of the ship in a long, narrow shaft. It glows, illuminating the entire space. It's 20 times bigger than any core I've ever seen. Solid, massive Neron. It is the largest Neron core in known history, Cyrillius says as he leans his forearms on the railing. The only ship with more Neron used is the Dominion, which operates on 12 different cores. How fast could that thing travel? I ask in wonder. We could travel from here to the A sector in 8 days once it is complete. My blood overflows with delirious excitement. 8 days. Currently, in the Corsair, it would take nearly 9 lunars to travel that distance. That's incredible. I let the words breathe over my lips without thinking. It will be, my enemy says as he studies the beautiful ship. We still have many kinks to work out before we can truly test its abilities. Such as? I ask, and I hate that he has me truly curious now. Such as how to keep the core from melting the entire ship and everyone on board once it reaches its lowest speed level. I huff a laugh. Neron doesn't exactly create heat, but it does put off mass amounts of energy when activated. Enough energy, it affects the molecules and can liquefy or vaporize anything in proximity. It's one of the reasons why I've never created anything bigger than a personal weapon with no more than 10 shards of Neron. I've never had access to a high enough quality metal not to be broken down. Is this what you want my help on? I ask. And I hope and pray that he says no, because I am so intrigued and tempted to climb into its underbelly and see how every bit of it works. No, he says, to my disappointment. Not yet, anyway. I have something else in mind for you, Nova Ainsley, but I do not feel the time for that has yet arrived. I look over at him, and he does the same, and I wish I could rip his tongue from his mouth and scatter little bits of it around the galaxy. A scream sears through my brain, and the shape of Cyrillius's face distorts, stretching horribly, his mouth a gaping black maw. I suck in a sharp breath and look away from him, blinking 5 times to clear the terror from my vision. Slag. Why do you think I would ever work for you? I ask, trying to regain control of myself and this conversation. I have no loyalty to you. Everyone I care about is dead, so you can't hold them against me. What makes you think that you can make me work for you? Cyrillius stands and angles toward me, and the way he's looking at me, I swear he can see right down to my bones. I decide then, his cinnamon brown eyes are my least favorite color in the galaxy. Because I do believe that eventually you will come to realize that you are alone in this galaxy, Nova, he says, and his words chill me. You do not make friends. You're in a state of constant disdain. You don't like people, but you do love working. You love creating. I want to shake my head, to say he's wrong. But he's spot on with everything, except that I am alone. You seem to think that I am this symbol of bad, that you are better than I, he continues. But you are not a selfless person. You knew you were going into something illegal, and you did it anyway, for entertainment, and for the purpose of financial gain. In the end, it is difficult to draw a line and stand on one side or another when you achieve or gain whatever gives you satisfaction. Emotion bites the back of my eyes. His words pull from every dark part in myself. Truth echoes through me, over and over and over again. Whatever gives you satisfaction. I've done that. Over and over again. I do what I want. I push aside the consequences. I dumped Zane and created illegal weapons because I was bored. How selfish am I? You need not feel guilt over it, Nova. Cyrillius says, his tone gentle and understanding. We as human beings all do it. So very few are truly noble and pure, and those who are typically happy to die as martyrs. You would be quickly forgotten as a martyr, but you could be remembered forever for your brilliance. Do not deny your potential. He places a hand on my shoulder, lingering for a moment. I feel his weight there, feel his honest and raw words. And then he walks back to the elevator, leaving me to think about all he's said and marvel over the monster below me. Five. Are you still alive? The voice echoes in my brain, which startles me so much I trip on my way to the bed that night. Still alive so far, I answer as I right myself and climb under the sheets. Is he still alive? Zara asks directly through the telepathic connection. I give a sigh, rolling onto my side. For now, I'm still working on it. She doesn't say anything, and my connection with her is nowhere near as strong as it is with Valen. With him, I get these impressions about his expressions, his thoughts and feelings. But I don't get any of that with Zara, Master Nero on Calypso. Be careful, she says. Cyrillius is a tricky man. I nod, even though she can't see it. How are they? I ask. My stomach slowly slithers into a knot, pulling tighter and tighter. Is everyone all right? There's a beat of pause, as if she's considering what to say. In some ways, I want to pretend that everything is perfect, and everyone I left on Calypso is happy and fine, and not angry at me for sneaking off in the middle of the night to do something dangerous and impossible. But I know the reality is that they may not ever forgive me. Rena is surprisingly settling into a life here, Zara answers me. She and Kyrill are still exploring the reality of a relationship, but she has been finding her place on Calypso. It makes me smile. Rena has always been so cold, so distant and closed off. It nearly seems impossible that someone would come along and crack her open and pull out feelings. I'm happy for her. Zane has been unsettled since you left, Zara continues. He is in a constant state of worry over you. I think he believes he's eventually going to come to your aid and fight until the bloody finish. He's been teaching the students sparring techniques, as if he's preparing them to fight too. Which is kind of useless when you can create your own weapons and force fields, I say with a little chuckle. This time, I swear, I can almost detect a smile from Zara. But it seems to be making him feel better, and the students seem to enjoy it. He and Nimia seem to have formed quite a connection. Something in my chest loosens. I think I've felt guilt that I moved on, developed feelings for someone else. I've worried that even though Zane said he understood that we're different from the people we were when we were together, that he wouldn't let go. I'm happy to find that he has. What about my father? I ask, of the one I'm most afraid to hear about. There are 3 beats of pause. Your absence has been difficult for your father, she answers honestly. He's been trying to build a ship so that he can get to you and help. Is he succeeding? I ask in alarm as I sit up in bed. Do you have parts on Calypso? Slag. I'd never seen another ship on the island ocean planet. I'd never considered that there might be a way for those I care about to get off that planet and come after me. None of us were born on this planet, Nova, Zara says in a patient yet condescending tone. We all had to get here somehow. We have 2 ships in storage here. Neither have worked in 2 solars, but your father is a skilled mechanic. I swear, letting it slip down the connection. You have to intervene, I say, and panic slips into my tone. You have to do something to break it, or stall him or something. Zara, my father will do anything for me, and I'm exceptionally lucky and grateful for that. But it will mean the death of him if he gets that ship in the air and comes after me. You cannot control everyone around you, Nova, she says, chiding me. If you do not let people exercise free will, you are no better than those you are fighting against. We must all follow our conscience. She may as well have just slapped me. She's right. I hate that she's right, but she is. Do you ever feel like you're going insane trying to keep right and wrong separate? It's just one of the many reasons I am content staying here on the far side of the galaxy. She's always so wise, has so much wisdom. Why can't I be so level-headed? Thank you for letting them stay there, I say. I appreciate what you've said tonight. She pauses again. Zara doesn't say anything without heavy consideration. You're a smart person, Nova. You're infinitely talented. But you are still young. We all make mistakes, especially in our youth. My chest gives a squeeze, and again, I'm filled with gratitude. I needed a teacher, and while I may not always agree with her, Zara is a good person. I'm lucky she was the one I found. Thank you, I say again, and she bids me goodbye, and then I'm alone in my head once more. Six. Like déjà vu, the following day begins the same way as the previous. I'm brought high-quality, beautiful clothing to wear. They leave me a massive, delicious breakfast. I shower, eat, and then I am escorted to the lab. I work on the single-edged sword for nearly an hour before the doors open and Edan steps through them. Under the watchful eye of the soldiers, he works his way over to me. With this amount of time spent on quality, no wonder you charge so slam much, Edan says with an annoyed sneer. What, head muddled and slow? Are they not letting you get any sleep? Go to void, I growl back at him, holding a metal rod up at him, just under his chin. The soldiers get uncomfortable at that, yelling at me, stepping forward, ready to knock me on my rear end with their Neron weapons. I hold my hands up in surrender, glaring death at Edan. The soldiers settle down, going back to their places as Edan gives me a wicked, smug grin. Not bad, I say quietly under my breath, once they've stopped looking at me with suspicion. I'd take a bow, but... He trails off, looking up at those who could vaporize us at one wrong move. I take a grinder to the handle now forged out of the finest titanium I've ever handled. For a few minutes, I actually work. Just like the old days when I was hiding in my hidden workshop at Horn Energy. I shut the tool off when I'm done and set to attaching it to the blade. I've been thinking about what you said yesterday, Edan says quietly as he watches me work. You said that something happens whenever you think about killing him, and thinking back, I've seen you. moon out a few times since we got here. I nod my head as I continue working. I wasn't sure if it was just in me, happening over a split second, or if anyone could tell. I mean, it's not like anyone who doesn't know you would be able to tell, he says, observing those around us. But it's there in your face, just for a second. I nod again. Something isn't right, I say. It's like I'm not in control, like it's not even me in my head for a bit. Edan pulls up a stool and sits, acting like he's closely watching me work. I have a theory, he says, keeping his voice low and quiet. I've never actually seen one in person until we got here, but I've certainly heard the stories about the Kinduri. My hands slip as my blood instantly turns cold. There were dozens of them around the day we got here, he says, his tone turning even quieter. One could easily have touched you without you noticing that day. What if that was all it took to get in your head? Nova, what if they made it so you can't kill Cyrillius? Stars. Of course it's possible. The Kinduri can read your thoughts. They can pull information right from your mind. Why wouldn't they be able to plant things inside it, too? Slag, Edan, I breathe as my eyes rise up to meet his. What if... I trail off as my thoughts tumble, racing through the past and collecting information. If that's true, I think I know why Valen can't leave Cyrillius. His eyes narrow in question, but the words don't form on his lips. My eyes dart around, making sure no one is within earshot. It's been wrecking me since I asked him to come to me on the Corsair. I asked him to leave Cyrillius. He's strong enough to take him down, to take over the Slam Galaxy if he wanted, but... My heart is fracturing, remembering how I pled with him, how I was nearly in tears begging him to leave. But he told me he just couldn't, and I believed what he said. My hands have paused their work, and my fingertips and palms feel very, very cold. What if Cyrillius used the Kinduri on Valen? I say, my voice no more than a whisper. What if Valen really can't turn away from him? Something in me cracks, and I know. I just know. Valen might have turned into a bad man. But it's because he's a prisoner, trapped by thoughts planted into his own mind. Slag, Nova, Edan breathes, and in his tone, I hear his sympathy. Slag, slag, slag indeed. Valen has been trapped for solars, nearly his entire life possibly. How do you free someone who has been mentally poisoned for decades? Seven. I sit in that uncomfortable chair, staring at Cyrillius, who stares right back at me. His legs are crossed. His fingers are laced together over his lap. He's so calm and composed, and it makes me hate him more. So instead of letting it show, I mirror his position, keeping my expression serene and relaxed. Have you ever heard of the planets Zontu and Bihani, Nova? He finally says, after we stare at each other in awkward silence for a good 4 minutes. No, I answer him, never breaking his gaze. That is probably because they were both destroyed nearly 500 solars ago, he says, dropping that little tidbit like it's a tip about the weather. It works. I blink. I swallow once, lean back further in my seat. They, along with their combined 11 million residents, ceased to exist in a matter of seconds the day they declared Neron war upon one another. A knot forms in my stomach. Cyrillius does not lie. Not fully, anyway. He may twist the truth to his advantage, but everything he says is based in some form of truth. The two planets had been in conflict for more than a century, Cyrillius continues, reaching to the table between us for his glass of water. He takes a careful, unrushed sip and carefully places it back. Bihani had more Neron deposits than any other planet discovered at the time, but they were a desert planet with little to no other resources. So they struck a bargain with Xantu, who at the time was the most technologically advanced planet in the galaxy. Xantu sent Bihani technology that could revolutionize them. Bihani sent Xantu Neron to power their planet. I just want this to be over. Cyrillius is good with words. I've heard them plenty. I just want to be allowed to go back to the lab and finish the sword I'm supposedly working on for Edan. But Cyrillius keeps talking, which is a problem when he is so well-spoken. As you can imagine, feelings were hurt, understandings and deals were broken. Politicians got involved in regulation, and laws and ordinances were established. For decades, the two planets existed on rocky footing that was constantly shifting. Cyrillius's cinnamon eyes look up at the chandelier above our heads, made entirely of Neron. It would cost more than 1 million credits to get that much Neron. As things do, they escalated. He continues the story. Soon they were sending ships to attack each planet. Supplies were cut off. The economies collapsed. There was starvation and famine. The entirety of both planets was caught up in the war. Every resource was drained. A screen illuminates on the table in the middle of our chairs, and it doesn't take long to realize it's a map of the Eon galaxy. I easily pick out where we are, on Isroth, in the L sector. The view shifts and zooms in, and I find myself quickly descending into the H sector. It looks like we're sailing through an asteroid belt, never-ending, with massive boulders and tiny shards. It's the biggest mess of space rocks I've ever seen. An asteroid belt is what I think it is, until I see the first body. Only it's barely still a body. The flesh is crystallized and black. There is no head, only a torso and one leg and both arms. Floating just off from that is what looks like some kind of personal transport vehicle. Further through space we fly. There's the burned skeleton of some kind of animal, a bird. Scraps of some kind of electronic, the shattered form of a front door. The knot in my stomach tightens, and I have to look away as dozens more bodies float across my view. They all had lives, Cyrillius says, never once looking away from the table. They were mothers and sons, bankers and teachers, all 11 million of them. And then, because of politics and regulation and disputations, they were nothing but particles in space. My stomach gives another twist. I remember Cyrillius's speech he gave on Corpillion. I'll never forget it, because it made so much sense, no matter how much I hated it. Dominion is not what you need fear. Chaos is what you should fear, Cyrillius once said. Disorder is what you should fear. I want you to imagine it. A galaxy where there is no one to regulate Neron. A galaxy where Neron may be claimed by anyone, any army, any government. I want you to imagine a galaxy where Neron is used in interplanetary warfare. I know that Dominion's presence is taxing on a planet. but the galaxy would turn into a wasteland without it. My great-great-great and so on great-grandfather founded Dominion weeks after he heard the news of Xantu and Bihani's downfall. He knew that there must be a better way. He knew that the regulation of Neron could not be handled by each individual planet, because each one had their own government, and there has not been a single government in the history of mankind that has not been victim to some form of corruption. I refuse to meet his eyes, but that means that my eyes keep drifting back to the screen in the tabletop. It means I keep seeing body parts floating through space. I see burned flesh and nearly bare skeletons. I see the wreckage of a planet entirely destroyed. Dominion has never claimed to be the savior of the galaxy, Nova, Cyrillius says. But there would be no one left to save if we had not done what we did. With everything in me, I wish I couldn't find any truth in his words. But I see those bodies floating through space, and a little voice in the back of my brain whispers, "He isn't wrong." Cyrillius still doesn't tell me what it is he wants me to work on. After our conversation where I only said one single word, Commander 12-3 returns to the office and escorts me back to my prison room. I shower in the hottest water possible, trying to burn his brainwashing from every part of me. But still, I feel his words inside my head. I knot my hair into a wet bun at the back of my head and change into the soft, comfortable, silky sleeping clothes they gave me. I go to the chair by the window, looking out. I want to see stars. I want to see the evidence of planets out there, other systems. Systems where my father and Zane and Rena are. Where Valen might be on Kylea. But all I see is a gray sky. Through the smog that hovers over Isroth, I see the shape of its moon, Garaloon. But even that is mostly just another shade of gray. Alone, locked away, but sure they have cameras pointed at me, I let my eyes slide closed. I let my senses stretch out into the room. I need to feel it. I need to exercise my abilities, because I'm still new to this. I have to practice, or maybe I will forget how to do this. I feel the Neron in the flooring. I feel a heavier deposit of it in the metal the bathtub is made of. It's particularly scarce in the materials the bed is made of. I take slow breaths in and out as I run my way through the entire room, evaluating the natural Neron amounts in every place in the room. "Be careful," a voice suddenly says into my head. "His Kinduri are everywhere. There are cameras everywhere." I feel my mental awareness awake, but my eyes do not slide open. I let the door into my mind open wider, and there I find Valen. "How do you know?" I ask silently. "It's hard to explain," he says. "I just got this rush, but also this sense of calm. I just felt this connection to Neron. Whatever you're doing, be careful you don't do anything they can see." "I'm not," I say, shaking my head. "I'm just doing an exercise." It's like I can feel him give a little nod. "Are you still safe?" I give a little shrug. I'm not dead yet. I feel like I need to walk around Cyrillius with my hands pressed over my ears. The man knows how to spin anything. I expect some kind of response, a retort, a defense maybe, but he just doesn't say anything. "I need to ask you something," I say, moving on, because it's directly related to my question, and you may or may not be able to answer it. All right, he says, the confusion evident in his tone. I take a deep breath, trying to decide how to ask this question when I'm not really even sure if it will make sense. You say that you just can't leave Cyrillius, I begin. What I want to know is, what happens when you think about leaving him? There's a long pause, and it's times like this that I direly wish I could see his expressions. I don't know what you mean by that, Nova. His tone is gentle, kind, but confused. I let out a sigh. I rub a hand over my face, trying to decide how to explain this. I want you to help me with an experiment right now. Okay, he agrees. I nod. I want you to imagine it right now, I begin. Close your eyes and picture it as clearly and in as much detail as you can. Picture yourself on Isroth. Picture yourself collecting everything important you own. Picture yourself walking to the Black Arrow. It's quiet for a beat. Are you imagining it? Yes, he answers, with a tiny quiver in his voice. My heart beats quickly as I imagine it with him. Now, I want you to imagine starting the core. I want you to imagine putting coordinates in. And I want you to imagine taking off and telling yourself that you are never going back. Slag Nova, he swears, and it comes through with such force, I actually jerk back in my seat. In my head, I hear Valen breathing roughly, quickly. What is it? I ask, feeling sorry for doing whatever I just did, but also hopeful. Maybe we will get answers this easily. What's wrong? Still, I hear him breathing hard, and I swear I can feel his heart pounding. He pants, trying to gather his words and thoughts. I don't know. Did you see things? I ask, my brows furrowing. Not exactly, he says, his voice rough. It was like I was back on Starvis, like I'd been running for a solar. I just felt exhausted and terrified. And then I saw the Dominion coming back for me, and all I felt was relieved and grateful. I press on the door between our minds, pushing it open a little wider, and Valen lets me. It's like he grabs my wrist and pulls me down in with him, and I plunge. I'm washed in a torrent of emotions. Isolation, fear, starvation, tiredness, hopelessness, this overwhelming resolution of death. I'm entirely consumed. I'm being swallowed up. There is no bottom to this black pit. I will keep falling and falling until I cease to exist, and then I will be nothing. Nothing. Black. And then there is a spark of gold light and the feeling of ascension, rising up through the dark, of being saved. There is still the bad feeling, still the dark, but less. That is what you feel when you think about leaving Cyrillius? I whisper, my voice shaking. My entire body is trembling, exhaustion taking me over. It's what I felt just now, Valen confesses quietly, when you asked me to imagine it. What about before? I ask. I feel tears pricking the backs of my eyes. When you imagined getting away from him, from everything, is that how you felt? Nova, it's been solars since I thought about it, Valen says. Is that because this is what you felt when you did? I ask, feeling desperate. Think Think very, very hard, Valen. He's quiet, and I do feel this impression of him going through solars of stored memories. I feel dark times popping up. I feel lives ending. I feel screams and commands. And there are the thoughts. Fear floods my blood. Darkness clouds my vision. Hunger pains stab my stomach. Isolation brings the tears into my eyes. And then that light sparks, and Cyrillius whispers in my ear, "I saved you from this." "Yes," Valen answers in a breathy voice. "It's been there, every time I've ever thought about leaving Dominion or Cyrillius." I'm filled to the brim with emotions, and they push out as tears, even as I smile, because this is it. This is proof. "He did that to you, Valen," I say, my voice coming out as a shaky wisp. "We've always known that the Kinduri could take things out of your head, drag out images and memories, make you say things. Valen, I think they can put things in your mind, too." "What?" He trails off, and I hear emotions in his own voice. "What are you saying?" I take 2 breaths before I answer, because when I do, everything will be different. I'm saying that I think Cyrillius used his Kinduri on you and made it so you couldn't ever think about leaving him. The emotions that Valen has been letting me feel shift. They stain red. They grow wider, deeper. They shift into anger. "I came to Isroth with a very specific task in mind," I say, grabbing hold of those emotions and letting them strengthen me. "I came here to kill Cyrillius, but every time I even think about it, something happens. Shoving the door between us as wide as I can, I let the bond between our minds deepen. I imagine killing Cyrillius. I imagine sinking my hands right into his chest and pulling his cold heart out. Screams ricochet through my brain. Even though my eyes are closed, I see lights flickering. I see the faces of everyone I've ever cared about. Their mouths stretch open wide, so wide they could swallow me. Their eyes are all white. They fuzz. The screams screech and stop, completely overwhelming me. "Stop!" Valen bellows into my brain. I let go of my thoughts of killing Cyrillius, and the terrors end. "That," Valen says, his voice quivering, "that is what happens every time you think about it." I nod, even though he can't see it, but I know he can feel it. "You have to find a way to get off Isroth, Nova," he says, and my impression from him grows frantic. "If you can't kill him, he's going to use you, and if he finds out what you really are, it'll be far worse than just building him weapons of solar destruction." I shake my head. "I can't leave, Valen. I will figure out a way to fix this, fix me. I won't leave Isroth without killing him." But even as I say the words, the terrors spark in my brain, ripping through me like I'm being sliced through with Zane's rapier. "There has to be a way to undo it," I say, moving on, before Valen can try to talk me out of anything. "The Kinduri put the thoughts in there. Why couldn't a Nero take them out?" "You're the only one of those there, Nova," Valen says. "All the Kinduri are under Cyrillius's employ." Emotions once more prick my eyes, because this is so big, so above my head. I don't know what to do. "Lay low, Nova," Valen thinks to me. and I get this sensation of him standing, moving.
Do whatever it takes to stay out of trouble.
No, Valen, I say, feeling desperate, because I know what he's doing. You have to stay.
Whatever it takes, Nova,
he says with a growl. And then, just like that, he very clearly and purposefully closes the door between our minds. My eyes pop open. Slag. Eight. By the time Commander 12-3 comes to take me to the lab in the morning, I'm exhausted. I didn't sleep even 1 minute. My brain was too wired, on high alert, even though there wasn't anything I could do. I'm trying to come up with a plan, but everything I come up with would lead to my death within minutes. I'm just one person. Evander and Zara Nero failed to take Cyrillius down with over 20 other Nero. I get what they tried to tell me now. I can't do this on my own. And my one ally, the one and only person in the galaxy strong enough to maybe put an end to it all, literally can't, because he's been mentally manipulated for decades. I step into the brilliantly white lab, and a headache sears through my brain. I squint against the light and head toward the table where Edan is already waiting for me.
Last day,
he says quietly as I stop beside him. Slag, I swear, looking up at him with panic before I can think to conceal it. With everything going on, I didn't even think.
It's been taken care of,
he says quietly, looking around to be sure no one noticed my little outburst.
There are a few unexpected problems with the Corsair. It has some specific parts found on very few planets besides Corpillion. I stashed them where we can easily grab them when we make our move.
You're slam brilliant, my friend, I say, as my fear is replaced by smug pride.
I do my best for being a homeless street rat,
he says, and a little smile forms on his face. It's terrifying. I grab the sword, appreciating its weight and length. It really is a beautiful weapon. I didn't have anyone in mind when I began making it. Really, it isn't a good fit for anyone I know. With its length, it would have to be used by someone quite tall and strong. Really, I just wanted it to look wicked and deadly. Hand me the Neuron, I say, holding my hand out to Edan. He grabs the custom-shaped Neuron, being extraordinarily careful. It could easily slice his hand off. Its edge is wicked sharp. He carefully sets it in my hand. My skin hums. Every single drop of my blood comes to life at the contact. I let my eyes slide closed as the feeling of ecstasy fills me.
How the void have they not realized?
Edan hisses under his breath, his voice high-pitched. I open my eyes and realize everything around me within 5 feet has a slight blue glow to it. I snap the Neuron into place, severing my touch to it, and the blue in everything dies.
We all feel slam good when we touch it, but I thought you were about to start straight up moaning there,
Edan says in a low voice with a raised eyebrow. I feel my face flush hot pink, and my eyes drop away in embarrassment. I've always felt good when I held Neuron. Now that I know how to wield it, the feeling has only intensified, apparently. Why is there blood on your hand? The words slip out of my mouth at the exact same time I see the smear of blood going from the tip of his right pinky back toward his wrist. My eyes dart up to meet his, my brows furrowed in concern. He immediately takes his hand from the table, shrugging his sleeves down further to cover his hands. Slyly, he looks around to be sure no one is paying us any attention, which they're not, because the other scientists still hate me and everyone else is bored to death. After what we figured out, I thought maybe if I could find the Kinduri who did this to you and end them, it might end their little mind trick. I gape up at him. You killed a Kinduri? He gives a little nod. And how did you cover that up? I demand.
There are a lot of places to hide bodies on Isroth,
he says, as a little smile begins to form on his face. There are hundreds of Kinduri on this planet, I hiss, keeping my voice low. How the void do you think you're ever going to find the one in particular that did this to me?
Edan's smile grows a little larger. By testing them all out, one by one.
I just stare at him for a good 20 seconds, my mouth slightly agape. But then I shake my head. You're crazier than I thought, Edan Calwin. But have I told you yet that I love you? His smile grows all the wider as he looks back at me and meets my eyes.
No, but it's nice to feel appreciated.
He says it sarcastically, and entirely in his Edan way. My heart swells with gratitude. There are certain people who are your soulmates. In stories, they always tell that there's only one, and that they're always romantic. I don't think that's true. Some people just have a bond, a connection. They're sometimes strong and instant. Sometimes they're formed by trial and time. I don't like people. I don't generally trust them. Most of the time, I don't think people like me. So my soulmates are going to take a long time to find. Rena and I may never be strong friends. In the end, Zane and I were just temporary, destined to fall back into being friends. But my father, even though he may not be blood, sacrificed everything for me. He's the most selfless person I know. He's my soulmate. And here is Edan, wild and crazy and tossed aside by everyone on his home planet. He's crossing the galaxy with me, doing impossible, dangerous things. He's my soulmate. So, Valen is on his way here, I say, changing the topic, knowing I have limited time to get him all caught up.
About slam time something interesting happened around here,
he says as he meets my eyes. Maybe we do need to be more careful, because it's about 60 seconds after I finish the sword that the doors to the lab open and in walks Cyrillius with Commander 12-3. He always walks around with his hands clasped behind his back, which makes him look very observant. He weaves his way between the tables and comes to a stop across the table from the two of us.
It looks as if the weapon you commissioned is complete,
he states, looking down at my creation.
Do you mind if I take a look?
Be my guest, Edan says, extending his hand. Cyrillius takes the sword into his hands, holding it carefully, yet confidently. It's a strange sight. Cyrillius is a businessman, not a soldier. I can't imagine him ever doing his own fighting. He lets others die for him.
It's such a unique design,
Cyrillius says, a small smile forming on his lips as he turns it over.
Such an archaic concept, the likes of which have not been fought with in over a millennium. How did you even get the idea for such a design?
I don't want to tell him, because this is part of who I am, my ideas. But I'm proud of them. I'm proud of what I do, what I build. I saw a picture like it in a book recently. I decide to answer honestly. It was a history of the people of a planet that burned out 8 centuries ago. Cyrillius smiles as he looks me in the eyes, and I hate how much admiration I see in his expression. I hate how genuine it is. "Your mind is brilliant, Nova Ainsley," he says, and carefully he hands the weapon over to Edan. It looks ridiculous in Edan's hands. He's only 2 inches taller than me, and no more muscular than I am. He can only balance its weight. He couldn't dream of being able to swing it with any kind of aim or purpose. "With your commission now complete, you can get your reward payment and return to Lazeria," Cyrillius says. And as Edan requested, he extends his wrist, tapping his connect link to Edan's. It dings a moment later that the credits have been transferred. Edan is now a rich man. "Well, it's been lovely staying with you all on Isroth," Edan says, dipping his head in a little bow, careful not to cut himself in half with the sword. "I wish you all happy days and many Neron-filled planets." He meets my eyes as he stands, offering me a nasty smile, and I make sure to put plenty of venom and disgust into my expression as I shake my head at him. And without any more words, because we're still acting, Edan turns to the doors and walks out with Commander 12-3. Really, my stomach is twisting and jumping in knots. I'm so scared. I keep imagining it. Edan actually leaving on the Corsair, leaving me alone on Isroth. What if they see through his sabotage of the ship? What if they fix it? What if he really has to leave me behind to keep up this farce? I take 3 deep breaths, telling myself to calm down. I tell myself to trust that Edan will find a way, no matter what, to keep us from being separated. "I hope that you understand just how much I truly do admire your work, Nova," Cyrillius says once they're gone. "Truly, it is the finest and most creative I've ever seen." "Why do I feel like you're buttering me up for some kind of nefarious request?" I ask in a deadpan tone. He pauses for a moment, looking into my eyes, and I have a feeling he's exercising a lot of patience right now. I need to be careful. At any moment, he could conclude that I'm not worth it and decide to end me. "Have you been treated unfairly since you arrived on Isroth?" he asks, and I see embers ignite in his eyes. His jaw hardens. His fingers curl into loose fists. "Have you been treated insolently? Have you not been given comfortable quarters and plenty of food? Have you not been given unlimited access to the best equipment you could hope for? Have you not been treated with every bit of respect since you arrived?" His questions throw me off once more. My greatest wish right now would be that he wasn't so slam good with words. I can't say anything. "I have meant every word I've said since you arrived, Nova," Cyrillius says. He places his hands on the tabletop, leaning toward me. He stares me down with his cinnamon brown eyes. "I am offering you an opportunity thousands could only dream of, and your other option is rather bleak." Here is where my blood turns cold. "You committed numerous crimes, Nova," he says. His voice is very even, very calm, but there is a menacing tone to it. "You committed level 3 felonies building those weapons. You committed level 5 felonies working with Rena McDyer selling illegal Neron. You stole a ship from Corpillion. You ran from the law for lunars. Do you know what the punishment for all those crimes amounts to?" I'm a child. I am nothing. I am a tiny insect crawling around on the floor beneath this giant's feet.
145 solars on Cryon.
Cyrillius delivers my sentence.
Nearly a century and a half on the prison planet not a single convict has ever escaped from.
He stares into me, as if he can see down into the bottom of my soul and has declared me unworthy of redemption.
That is your fate, Nova. That is what you willingly walked yourself into because of your decisions, your actions. None of it was forced upon you. That is the future you bought yourself.
He stands, straightening to his full height, which towers nearly a foot above me. He looks down at me with his cinnamon eyes, and I hate myself when emotion tightens my throat. I feel like a little girl. I'm being chastised by the headmaster of the school. I've been caught doing something bad, and now I have to face the consequences.
Every government in the galaxy would condemn you because you broke the law, Nova.
Cyrillius continues.
They would all condemn you to Cryon.
He pauses for 10 beats, and with each of them, I hear my heart pound in my ears. Louder, and louder, and louder.
What I'm extending to you is redemption,
he finally says, and I hate that I feel relief at his words.
I'm offering you a second life, a new beginning. I'm offering you a full pardon.
He slowly comes around the table between us, and I take one step back, away from him, when he rounds it and steps toward me.
I'm offering you a life of stability and ease, a life of praise and recognition, a life where you are free to create to your heart's content, a life where you would never have to hide again. I'm offering you infinite opportunity, Nova.
His voice drops lower and lower, and no one but he and I could hear the words.
Do not waste opportunity when it is served on a silver platter, because the other option is spending the rest of your life wasting away in prison.
I swallow once. This isn't forever, I mentally whisper to myself. This isn't for real. You're going to change everything. Do whatever it takes to lay low, Valen had asked me to do.
What is it you want me to build?
I expected an evil smile to form on his face at my yielding, but his face is just calm, as if he were a parent, patiently waiting for his child to come around to see reason.
You're thinking short-term, Nova, he says. There is no particular project. What I'm offering you is a purpose in life.
He takes a step away and motions for me to follow him. As we cross the lab, I feel eyes on me and look to see every one of the engineers watching us, each with annoyance and hatred in their eyes. There's a set of stairs on the far side of the lab. Cyrillius starts up them, and I follow. The white walls continue, rising up and up. We go up 2 flights of stairs, and then the space opens up into another brilliantly white space. It's smaller than the lab below. There is a wall of solid glass that looks down on the lab I've been working in. This is a smaller version. Where the equipment down below was beautiful, this is glorious. I've never seen finer tools. I've never seen better holotabs with more advanced drafting programs. I've never seen Nero in so many usable forms.
I'm offering you long-term employment, Nova, Cyrillius says. I'm offering you a lifetime. I'm offering you the time and the tools to create anything and everything your imagination could come up with.
My heart is beating very fast, and my hands are itching to reach for those tools. My mind is already racing, thinking of all the ideas I've ever had, but didn't have the supplies to create. "You're more talented than any of the other engineers I know," Cyrillius says. "I can't bear the thought of it going to waste with you spending your life as a prisoner. All it takes is one word from you, Nova, and you will no longer be mine." My eyes slide over to his, and I realize what he's saying. No more guard escorts, no more being watched over, no more Commander 12-3 following me around with weapons that could kill me. It would mean that I just live here, that Cyrillius would be my new boss, that this is my life. Even if it's not real, even if I know it's only temporary, it's what I will have to pretend. My eyes scan the beautiful lab again, and I understand now why those other engineers hate me. They knew this was up here. They knew that Cyrillius was going to offer me this. Some of them might have been here for solars, worked very hard for the most powerful man in the galaxy. And Cyrillius is just going to give it to me, a wanted criminal. A smile forms on my lips as I imagine the things I could make here. "Yes," is my answer. 9. Everything and nothing happens over the next 3 weeks. Just as Cyrillius said it would be, I'm treated just like an employee, not a prisoner. The guards leave me alone. I'm moved to new quarters where there are no bars on the windows, no locks from outside the door. I'm given my own full wardrobe and all the comfort supplies I need. I have my own employee ID scanned into my Connect link. I get full reign of my lab. And it's my lab. No one else is permitted to enter it without my permission. I'm offered an assistant, which I turn down. I like working on my own. So I legitimately start working on some new designs. I'm actually excited about them, even though I know I have to hope that I never get to see them to completion. Because, hopefully, I will be getting out of here. Edan was successful in disabling the Corsair enough that he can't get off Isroth. They don't have the parts on planet to fix it, and it's going to take 4 weeks to get them here so he can leave. In the time being, he manages to kill one Kinduri almost every single day, and wherever he's stashing the bodies, apparently it's a slam good place, because neither of us hears any kind of alarm sounded over someone methodically slaughtering Cyrillius's real security. I only dare try to reach out to Valen twice over the 3 weeks. Both times he just shuts me out, telling me to keep lying low. It tells me a little bit about where Kylea must be located. He's far enough away that it's taking him weeks to get here, even with the Black Arrow, one of the fastest ships in the galaxy. I hate that I don't know what is coming. I hate that I have no idea what Valen is going to do when he gets here. I hate that I don't know how to plan for whatever is to come. All I can do is stay on Isroth, working for the man I hate more than anything in the galaxy, and pretend that this is my life. So as I walk to my lab one morning, I have to mentally escape. I'm already feeling defeated and exhausted and trapped. So I think back to my time on Calypso. I think back to a time of me lying in bed. I think of the future. I pull on the first vision I had on the Nero-inhabited planet. I think of how it felt when I had that vision of Valen coming for me. I think of how it felt to be on that planet, just the two of us. It had to be Kylea. It was so peaceful, so perfect, just like Valen has described it. We could live there someday, the two of us. And someday we could raise our children there, a boy and a girl. But I push those memories aside. I pull up the memory of the two of us building our home there. I remember how it felt forming the earth with Nero. I remember the satisfaction in seeing the house begin to take shape. And I dwell on the memory of Valen carrying me across the threshold and what happened after. I wasn't paying attention, so I don't even notice when I bump into someone and continue on my way. Until a cracked voice calls out one single word that chills me to the bone. Nero. I stop in my tracks, frozen, too scared to turn around. I feel them behind me, hear their ragged breath. The Nero is not the only one left after all, the voice says, the sound of its voice watery and dry and cracked at the same time. Slowly I turn, my blood rushing through my ears, my pulse painfully strong in my wrists. A male Kinduri stands just 3 steps behind me. He stares at me with his weeping black eyes, his shoulders tight and hunched toward me. He takes 1 step forward, and there's only 2 feet between us. Oh, Cyrillius will be most happy to learn just how truly talented his new employee really is, the Kinduri man says as he smiles. Even his teeth are turning black, his gums stained and rotting. No, I say, shaking my head. You're mistaken. The man smiles wider, shaking his head. But the neuron in your blood does not lie. Before I can think, he lunges forward, grabbing my upper arms with a strength I never would have guessed he'd have. His withered black fingers dig into my flesh painfully. I feel as if something is being sucked out of me. I feel him taking my memories, my thoughts. A scream slips out of my lips as I try to tug out of his grasp. I wasn't careful enough. I didn't protect everything, everyone, enough. I feel that Kinduri in my mind, in my memories, in my heart. Betrayal, he hisses. His eyes bore into mine, but I know it is not my eyes he's seeing. He's seeing everything in my head, everything in my past. Valen Nero's loyalty and desire has begun to change. He sucks in a breath, even as I twist and yank, attempting to get out of his vice grasp. You have seen the future, he says in awe. I try to step back, but he keeps me locked in place, refusing to release me. And then a smile grows on the Kinduri's face. Oh, Cyrillius will be very pleased indeed, an entire family of Nero. Everything in me turns cold. My son. My daughter. I can't stand the thought of Cyrillius knowing anything about them. Not now. Solars before they are even born. Not ever. I draw in a breath, locking eyes with the Kinduri man, and I think he knows what's coming just half a second before it happens. His eyes gleam with both awe and fear. I pull every ounce of Nero from around us. I let it collect around my hands, forming into pure energy that crackles and swirls around them, and I plunge my hands into his chest. And I release it. He drops to the floor. A cavernous hole of black blood and shredded organs leaks out onto the black stone floor. Slag. The voice behind me stops my heart. Slowly I turn. Standing behind me is Commander 12-3 and 2 soldiers. To my surprise, she isn't looking at me with fear or shock. She's looking at me with annoyance, which is different from the way the other two soldiers are looking at me. They definitely look stunned. "You two," Commander 12-3 says, turning to the soldiers. "Clean this mess up. Incinerate the body. Don't call a cleanup crew. We will take care of this ourselves. Do you understand me?" "Yes, Commander," they both say with a nod, and immediately step around me. They grab the body by the ankles and shoulders and attempt to pick him up, but with a huge hole in the center of his chest, they just manage to rip him in half. "Go to the lab," Commander 12-3 says as she levels me with a serious stare. "Pretend everything is normal. Wait for me there. Don't say a word to anyone." I trail off, trying to get a grasp of what she's saying, of what just happened, and why she isn't hauling me into Cyrillius's office right this very second. Why? "I will explain later." She cuts me off, giving me a dark glare. "We don't have much time to deal with this before someone finds this mess. Go now." I take a step toward where I need to go, looking back again. She gives me this death glare that gets me going. My mind is racing, tripping over itself as my feet automatically take me in the direction of my lab. Commander 12-3 works for Cyrillius. She is one of his favorite commanders. So why in the galaxy would she cover this up for me? I reach the lab and I tell my brain to shut up and just work. I let my hands go through the motions of tweaking a draft on the holotab. It's a plan for a cannon, capable of a blast big enough it could take out an entire Class 4 ship. I am very aware of time as it passes. So my chest grows tighter and tighter as 15 minutes pass by. Then 30. Then an hour. And when it's been an hour and 6 minutes since I stepped into my lab, my heart explodes into my throat when Commander 12-3 steps into the lab and closes the glass door behind her. "The cameras have been set to a loop over the past hour, the microphones as well," she says, but still speaks in a low, quiet voice. "We have about 10 minutes until they correct themselves." I stutter as I stand. "I don't understand why." "Valen contacted me 2 lunars ago and told me that you were going to be arriving on Isroth," she says. She stands with her legs spread shoulder-width apart, her hands clasped behind her back. It's a very military-esque pose. "He asked me to keep an eye on you, to help you if you ever needed it. He said I would understand why you might need help. It didn't take long to figure out." I don't say anything. I'm too stunned, too confused. "You haven't exactly been very careful," she says, with a little bit of a sigh and a barely suppressed eye roll. "It's a good thing most of our soldiers are idiots, because just about anyone who's been watching you would know that you and Edan Calwyn are friends. Close ones. And you really underestimate modern technology's ability to overhear conversations." My blood runs cold. Does anyone know? Commander 12-3 shakes her head. "You've kept me very busy over the last 4 weeks. I've been running interference, erasing and editing recordings. It hasn't been easy keeping it all from Cyrillius." "Why?" I ask, shaking my head. "Why would you help me? Why would you cover all this up?" She looks around the lab and takes a deep breath. "I assume you know Valen's history," she says. She doesn't wait for my response before moving on. "You know he was picked from the surface of Starvis with a bunch of other orphans." It dawns on me just as she says the words. "I was one of the other children," she says, as she finally looks back at me. and I realize that her eyes are neon blue too. I've known Valen my entire life. We were from the same tribe. We went through training together. While my version of friendship with him might look much different from you and Edan's, we're loyal to each other. My heart beats fast, and my mind races to catch up to this new twist. Cyrillius is a better option than starving on a savage planet, she says. I have a bed. I have training. I have power. But it's a job. My loyalty will always be to Valen over Cyrillius. Something surges inside me. Something like hope. Something like an idea. But it's too wild and widespread to form into anything useful at the moment. Thank you, is what I manage instead. She gives a little nod. The soldiers who were with me are loyal too. They won't say anything, they won't report you. I nod, feeling relief flood my system. Valen will be here in 2 days, she says, and I feel our time ticking away. Stay out of trouble until then. I nod my head again, still at a loss for words. Thank you, I say again. She dips her head before meeting my eyes. I'm not sure what that is in them. Questioning, reverence, suspicion. Be more careful, she says, her tone quiet as she turns for the door. There are those of us here that are simply fulfilling a position and receiving a paycheck. But there are others who do this because they like the feeling of lording over others and being associated with power. I nod and watch as she opens the door and walks out, going back to being Commander 12-3. Pound, 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 pound. My heart hasn't been able to calm down all morning. I didn't sleep at all last night. I can't eat more than 5 bites. I pick at my plate, scrambling everything together into one messy pile. I glance to the side, to where Edan sits eating with a group of others. He's made some friends here, some fake alliances, mostly low-level cleaning crew. He meets my eyes with a concerned look that only I can read off his ever-tired-looking face. He knows what's happening today. Finally, I give up. I toss the food in the trash, stack my tray with the others, and leave the mess hall to head toward my lab. The passageways of the compound are crowded today, more so than normal. Soldiers march here and there, workers talk animatedly in the halls. People look up and down from their holotabs as they bustle around. But as I head down the main corridor towards the elevator that descends down into the lab, the crowds grow quiet. I feel the air shift. I feel this weight fill the space. I feel this presence. Everyone around me shifts off to the sides of the hallway, and I'm left standing out in the middle on my own. I feel it. I feel him. My eyes shift down the hall. And there he is, walking toward me, beside Cyrillius. My heart stops in my chest. My throat tightens, and it's impossible to breathe. Valen Nero wears his uniform of black with neon blue accents. He has his hood pulled up, casting him in darkness. But he could never hide. Not with his dominating height, not with those broad shoulders, not with those piercing blue eyes. I can't think, can't breathe. I'm not even sure I'm alive right now. He walks with confidence and direction. Cyrillius walks beside him, nearly equal in height, his chin high, the arrogance and confidence rolling off him in a physical way. They're a dominating pair. They look like they could conquer the galaxy together. And they have. For just a moment, Valen's eyes meet mine, and I feel it again. That pit when he and I kissed. It's there, wide and dark. I hear its call. It tells me to fall, to jump, to bury ourselves in its depth. In my mind, I get this impression of hunger, of desire, of commitment. It's an animalistic roar of possession. I answer back, a snarl of claiming, of promise, of future. And we both echo, later. I feel his heart race. I'm nearly consumed by my own. And just as quickly as the moment came into being, it's gone, as Valen looks past me, and together, he and Cyrillius walk around me as if I don't even exist. I can't help it. I turn and I watch him walk away. Valen is not a good man. He has worked with Cyrillius nearly his entire life. He has ruined lives and killed on command. To him, this is just a return to work after an extended vacation. I have no idea what he's going to do now. But I do know that he's realized what has been done to him for solars. I know the anger in his heart. I know the fire. And I will burn this place down with him, however we can. So with a smile, I turn, and I head back down the hall, aiming for my personal lab. One of my favorite pieces of equipment in my new lab is a physical creator. I upload the design through my holotab, and it prints out whatever I designed. With metal. Any kind of metal I want. Aluminum, steel, titanium. A forge is attached to it, and it can get hot enough to melt anything I could want. I don't have to create forms anymore. I don't have to do casings and worry about burning my skin off, pouring liquid, molten hot metals. It saves mass amounts of time. I smile as I watch my newest creation being instantly formed and shaped. It's actually not a weapon. It's a shield of sorts, or maybe more of a breastplate, but it's not that simple. I startle when the door opens, hard. My heartbeat is pounding in my ears, and my hands suddenly feel cold as my blood spikes with adrenaline. Which does and does not prepare me for when I turn to see Cyrillius and Valen walk into my lab. My eyes immediately lock on Valen's, and my heart is beating so loudly in my ears, I'm afraid I won't be able to hear anything either of them says. My palms sweat, badly enough that I wipe them on my pants, the uniform of Dominion I now wear, because I'm lying about everything in my new life, so I can't act nervous. Nova, I would like to introduce you to Valen Nero, Cyrillius says, as he walks across the space and stops just a few feet away. Valen, this is Nova Ainsley. She is our new experimental engineer. Her work with our company is invaluable. Valen's expression is stone-cold serious. Even I don't believe that he knows me in the most intimate way as he extends his hand toward me. I'm about to panic. Every time we've touched, we've had visions. I know I wouldn't be able to hide it if I see something. But as my eyes drop to his hand, I see that Valen's hand is gloved, and he does not make a move to remove it. So with confidence, I extend my own hand, clasp his, and shake it. I don't let the zing of a thrill that rips through me show. But Valen holds the handshake longer than necessary, by just a second and a half. Well, I can't say it's a pleasure to meet you, Valen, I say, keeping up the ruse, considering what I know about you and everything you've done. but you certainly measure up to your own legend.
I would come up with a witty comeback, Valen says, his voice cold and deep as he releases my hand. But considering the last experimental engineer who used this lab only lasted a lunar, it hardly seems worth my time.
His words work. All my insides turn cold, and I know the expression on my face falters.
Our last engineer didn't possess half the skill Nova does, Cyrillius says, moving on, putting calm and confidence into his voice. He steps forward, clasping his hands behind his back and observing my creation that is nearly done being printed. I am very interested to hear about this project.
Behind Cyrillius's back, I dare to meet Valen's eyes. For just a moment, I let a tiny smile begin to form on my lips, and an even smaller one shows only in Valen's eyes. But we dare only let it last for 2 seconds. There are cameras everywhere. So I turn around, and in very simple terms, begin explaining the capabilities of my new creation. 11. In my bedroom, alone that night, I wrestle with conflicting emotions. I pace in my bedroom, threatening to wear a hole in the carpet. I should be in sleeping clothes, settled in bed, but I can't sit still.
You awake?
The voice finally calls into my mind. I jump, even though I was anticipating his voice all night, really all day. It still startles me, I'm so anxious. Not a chance in void I'd be able to sleep tonight. I answer him back. I go to the desk in my room and pull a book across its surface toward me. I open to the middle of it and pretend to read. I've searched my room 4 times for cameras. I haven't found any, but I can't risk that they exist because I'm sure they do.
I need to see you,
he says, and I'm relieved that his voice sounds as desperate and anxious as I feel.
I need to talk to you.
Do you think that's safe? I ask. You've only just gotten back. Aren't you, catching up on missed work? Isn't Cyrillius keeping you busy, under a constant watch? There's a pause, and I can almost sense a smirk coming through our connection.
I may work for Cyrillius, but I'm still the one who's the Nero. I keep my own work schedule.
Are you sure? I ask, nervous. I've been walking on glass here for weeks now. I can hardly even imagine being reckless and talking freely now.
Come to my office,
he says, and he sounds so sure. I tell myself to push away my fears.
It's in the south wing, down the first hall, last door, straight on.
You'll make sure no one notices me going? I ask.
I'll make sure,
he says. And just the sound of his voice sends a wave of goosebumps washing across my skin. I give a nod, even though he can't see. See you in a few minutes. We let the connection close. I go into the bathroom and look myself over in the mirror. I changed out of my Dominion uniform. I'm now wearing a very simple pair of black Keary leather pants and a top with no sleeves. It has a sweetheart neckline and buttons up the back, hugging my form. None of these clothes are mine, but I would have picked any of them myself. Whoever their fashion designer is, I'd hire them myself if I were that kind of person. My hair falls down my back in loose, natural waves. I touch up the cream beneath my eyes, covering up my tiredness. Even if my brain is wired, I've hardly slept in days. I don't know how I'm going to act when Valen and I are alone together. I don't know what I should say. The future and the present are all tangled up. The reality is that we should be strangers. We've spent no more than a few hours physically together. But we've spent nearly a solar in each other's heads. We've seen our futures. We've emotionally lived through solars, already been married, already been parents together. I don't know how to handle the right now, which in so many ways feels like the past. So I throw expectations out and head to the door. Valen's office is halfway across the compound from where my room is. This late at night, there aren't many people in the halls. A few soldiers go about their duties, but I'm a familiar enough face now. None of them pay me any mind. I could just be going to my lab, going to create something in the wake of late-night inspiration. But as I get closer and closer, I notice fewer people. And as I turn down the hall Valen told me to use, I see 4 figures on the floor. I panic at first, thinking they're dead. But as I look and get closer, I see they've slid down the walls. They are slumped over, unharmed. Their chests rise and fall slowly. They're sleeping. Valen did this once before, when he came aboard the Corsair. He made everyone fall asleep so they wouldn't know our ships were docking together, and I went aboard his ship for a good amount of time. Undetected, I walk down the hall. I pass a dozen doors, each of them with a nameplate on the outside. They bear names like General Priya's, Major Caius, Major Take. But there, at the end of the hall, straight on, there is a tall black door. Inlaid into it is a border of solid Neron. It looks like a portal. It's intimidating and ominous. I'm nervous, anxious, but I'm also excited, and I'm not afraid as I walk straight to the door. Just as I get 3 steps from it, raising my hand to knock, it swings open, just wide enough for me to fit through. Pound, pound. I swear my heart is going to beat straight out of my chest. With a shallow breath, I step inside through the door. Valen is there, standing just behind the door. As soon as I am through it, he closes it tightly. His hand still lingers on the doorknob, but I don't think he realizes it's still there. My eyes lock on his, and the breath catches in my throat. His neon blue eyes lock on me, and I fall. I fall so deep. Through the future. I'm there again, in all of it. On Kylea, living in our beautiful little home. I'm walking down that aisle in a red dress. I'm marrying him. I'm holding our son for the first time, Valen's arms wrapped around the both of us. I'm home, happy. I'm with him. Every bit of our future rushes through me. And I can't control myself any more than I can control my visions of the future. I take that step forward, closing the distance between us. One hand goes to his hair, my fingers tangling in it as I cup the back of his head. The other hand goes to his chest. Valen's hands move at the same time mine do. They wrap around me, pulling me in close. And our mouths find each other. They know exactly how this works. His lips shape to mine, and we're both greedy and desperate. We've both been starving for 4 lunars, and it's been longer than either of us can stand for a second longer. My lips move with Valen's. He twists, turning the both of us. My back hits that black door, and he throws one hand out against it, bracing the 2 of us, even as his other hand circles tighter around my waist. Both my hands come up behind his neck, and every inch of space between our bodies disappears as we align. A moan escapes my mouth into Valen's as I tilt my head back, making up for our height difference. His lips part when mine do, and my tongue isn't shy. Forever. I could do this forever. It boggles my mind that we've only done this once before, that this is only our second kiss. We do it so well and so expertly, as if we've been doing this our entire lives. Our bodies hum with familiar electricity, and I anticipate his touch as his hands slide down to my hips. My own hands slide down to his neck, holding him close as I breathe him in, deepening our descent from two beings into one. A sensation takes my stomach over, like I just slipped on a wet floor and know I'm going to hit the floor in a fraction of a second. Instead, I blink and find myself meeting Valen's eyes for just a moment. He gives me this look of confidence and support. So, holding his hand, I open a door and step inside. There, I find a large table and a room full of people sitting around it, others standing along the walls. They all look at the two of us in anticipation. Things have to change, I say, as Valen and I go to stand at the head of the table. Dominion isn't what we thought it was. I'm tired of being a pawn, and with your help, we're going to change things. I feel Valen give my hand a supportive squeeze. With that squeeze, my eyes slide open, and I find myself lip to lip with Valen, whose eyes slide open just a second after mine. We both step away from each other, startling back. What did you just see? The words slip out of my mouth, even as my hand raises up, touching my wet and swollen lips. Us, he says, his eyes slightly wide. Plotting a war to take down Dominion. I think it was the Bahiri we were with. I'm breathing hard, struggling to sort myself out. I nod, but then shake my head. I saw us too, plotting a war, but we were with people from here, employees. Commander 12-3 was there, and some others I recognize. We said we were going to change things. My heart is beating very, very fast. I bury my hands into my hair as I cross the room, going to stand in the center of it. That was different from all my other visions, Valen. I hesitate, meeting Valen's eyes. My stomach turns cold. I've never told Valen what I've seen in my visions, because I didn't want to give him hope. I didn't want him to know how close I've been to saying screw everything I've ever cared about and join Dominion for real, because it would mean I could be with him. The future is changing. I breathe instead. That everything has shifted. The timeline. What you and I are working toward. Valen takes a step forward, but no closer, and nods. For me too. It was similar in some ways. But our actions, the intentions I had. I nod, feeling exactly the same, and a smile begins to form on my face. For the first time in what feels like forever, I feel something new beginning to blossom in my chest. Hope. I take a step forward, and then another. I reach for Valen's hand, taking it in both of mine. I raise it and cradle it to my chest as I look up into his blue eyes. We're doing it, Valen, I say, in a quiet voice that is very nearly a whisper. We're doing it already. We're changing the future. I've seen Valen's eyes harden at the prospect before. I've seen darkness and despair take him over. But not now. He still looks nervous and uncertain, but he doesn't completely block out the possibility. And that tells me what kind of vision he saw. Because if he saw it, he felt every bit of it. He raises his other hand and brushes his knuckles across my cheek as he stares into my eyes. Gently, he rests his hand on the side of my neck as he tips his head down, and very gently, sweetly, calmly, he kisses my lips. My eyes slide closed, and I feel all of my emotions deepen. I feel that future. It's so close. It's so real. It's so possible.
How have you not been here all along? He says quietly. His forehead touches mine. I almost can't remember a life when you weren't there, where you weren't by my side, where we weren't in this together, every second of every day.
I open my eyes and find Valen's brilliant ones. I reach up, placing my hand on his cheek. I feel insane, I say, shaking my head just a little. I feel as if we've skipped all the important parts, like we jumped an entire timeline. This is only the third time we've been together, Valen. How? I shake my head again. How can this be real? How can we know? How can we know that this is what we want? That this is what is worth fighting for when the sum total of our time together is, less than 3 hours? Even as I say the words, I feel completely crazy. It's just not possible to feel the way we feel when that is all it has been. And yet we've already seen our entire lives together. We've lived through it. We've felt it. It's just one of the miraculous things about being a Nero. But it still doesn't make it feel real. Valen straightens, but he takes both my hands in his. He looks to the side, as if he's searching the air for answers. After a few moments of reflection, his eyes slide back to mine.
You're right, he says. The future isn't real, and as we've both just seen, it's subject to change, possibly in drastic ways. But I've spent lunars in your head, Nova. You've seen the darkest parts of who I am. Those things are real.
He shakes his head and shrugs.
Throwing out everything I've seen of the future, all those other parts are enough for me. I can't go back, Nova.
Emotions bite at the back of my eyes, but I keep them in check. I don't let them well. Instead, I press my lips into a thin smile, holding it all inside. I stretch up on my toes and softly press my lips to his. Then we need to make a plan, I say. He lets go of one of my hands, but keeps the other, and walks across the office, toward the window at the back. But I realize it's not actually a window. Not when it's showing space, stars and moons off in the far, far distance. It's a screen. Valen's office is quite simple. The walls are black, the ceiling and floor are black. Toward the back there is a massive desk with a chair, both black. To one side there is a huge conference table, black as well. And then there is this huge screen against the back wall. I'm not sure what sector we're looking at right now, but it doesn't really matter.
We can't do anything if I can't leave Cyrillius, Valen says.
He holds my hand in his, but even with those words, I feel his grip loosen.
I can come and go, leave to my planet for weeks or lunars at a time, but unless I can truly walk away, this is never going to work, Nova.
I take a breath, already feeling overwhelmed. It's our first and biggest problem. Nothing can really change or move forward like it needs to unless Cyrillius is dead and we can change Dominion. I say. I swallow, not allowing my mind to imagine it, because I don't need to sink into the terrors right now. We literally can't do either of those things.
How long have they been doing this to me?
Valen asks quietly. And I imagine him then, as a young boy, living a nightmare, being hunted for an entire solar.
How long has he been holding me prisoner?
I stare at the stars. It was so quick, so easy, I didn't even realize they'd done it, I say. I just tried to do what I came to do, and I just couldn't. I look up at Valen and my heart fractures. I'm sorry I judged you before, I say. For not being able to leave him, I didn't understand. But I get it now. He doesn't say anything, but squeezes my hand. My heart rushes with emotions. Regret, pain, frustration, anger.
If a Kinduri can do this, a Nero has to be able to undo it,
Valen says in a whisper. He turns, his neon blue eyes meeting mine. Gently, he raises a hand, brushing his fingertips over my cheek. And despite everything, all the bad around us, all the impossible situations we have to overcome, I feel peace. I don't know how yet, but somehow we're going to do this. Together. I raise myself up on my toes, and softly, I meet Valen's lips. His hand cradles the back of my head, deepening the kiss. My fingers knot in his tunic, pulling him close to me. I let out a sigh, filling his mouth, and his soul fills me instead. Just as both of Valen's hands wrap around my waist, eliminating every bit of space between us, the door suddenly opens.
Sir, Cyrillius is asking for...
But he stops short, and Valen and I jerk apart.
What?
The man stutters to find words as his brain tries to process everything he's just seen. But 1 second he's standing there, gaping and stuttering through his words. The next, I see a flash of blue light. A streak of neon flashes through the air almost faster than I can see. And the next, he drops to the ground, dead. I startle, stumbling away 2 steps. At first, Valen doesn't seem to understand my reaction. And then his eyes flick between me to the dead soldier and then back to me.
Nova,
Just go, I say, as my insides quiver and shake. We can talk about it later. Just go deal with whatever Cyrillius wants. He stands there frozen, unsure how to react, what to do. I see conflicting emotions in his eyes. But finally, he nods. He takes 5 steps for the door, stepping over the body of the soldier.
I'll deal with him later,
he says. I see apology in his eyes, and yet I know. If that soldier had reported what he'd seen, there would be no explanation. We would have been exposed. Valen took care of it in the only way he knew how.
Wait 20 minutes, and then you can leave.
With a lump in my throat, I nod, and after a few seconds of hesitation, Valen walks through the door and closes it behind me, leaving me with the dead soldier. 12. In the morning, I find out why Cyrillius called for Valen. I'm working in the lab, finishing up the prototypes of the breastplates. I made 3, when Commander 12-3 walks into my lab. "You're going on a little field trip today," she says. "Come on, Cyrillius wants you right now." My stomach does a flip. I don't like unexpected things happening here on Isroth, but I have to play my role. So I set the now completed prototypes down and follow 12-3 through the door and out of the lab. We head for the docking yard, and my brows furrow in confusion. I'm about to ask Commander 12-3 what's going on as we step outside into the air that tastes stagnant and moist, when Cyrillius and Valen walk out of the compound as well.
"I have a small assignment for you today,"
Cyrillius says as we all board a Class 2 ship. There isn't much room aboard, only enough for the three of us, plus the pilot, who doesn't waste any time in taking off.
"We regularly visit Garaloon to greet the Kinduri and to check that everything is running smoothly."
My heart beats hard. Garaloon. There will be hundreds, maybe thousands of Kinduri there. All this trouble happened because just one of them got into my head. I can't imagine how I'm going to come out of this unscathed.
"What do you need me for?"
I ask, trying to keep my voice calm.
"I'm an engineer, not a slam public relations manager."
Cyrillius offers a small little smile.
"As you can imagine, there is a need for power anywhere that is inhabited, which does include Garaloon. It is a small moon, inhabited by only 1,200 residents. The neuron core required is small, but it does exist."
Cyrillius crosses his legs, sitting casually in his seat, as if we aren't ascending to a moon entirely populated by terrifying witches.
"I would like you to take a look at it and see if you can come up with a design that is more efficient than what the other engineers have created."
My eyes flick to Valen, but he's looking out the window, seemingly hardly paying attention to our conversation.
"Forgive me,"
I say, looking back at Cyrillius, "but this hardly seems like the kind of thing you hired me to do. I know how to maintain cores, but they're hardly my specialty. Weapons are what you brought me on for. This trip feels unnecessary."
"Do not limit yourself, Nova,"
Cyrillius says as he narrows his eyes, but smiles.
"Your potential is infinite. With your creativity, I imagine that we could make every core across the galaxy 20% more efficient. As you can guess, 20% totals to a large amount of credits saved."
Once more, my eyes glance to Valen, but he still only looks out the window. Something about this doesn't feel right. Something isn't adding up.
"If you say so,"
I concede. I turn, looking out the window, trying to seem unconcerned. I'm wondering, if we're really going to do what Cyrillius says we're doing, why is Valen here? What does he have to do with more efficient cores and checking on the Kinduri? Maybe Cyrillius is going to have them refresh their little mind tricks on him. My stomach turns. Something isn't right. I look back down at Isroth as we rise up and away from it. It really is a honeycomb of holes. I see them everywhere, where massive drills sank into the earth, taking out the neuron deposits a long, long time ago. There's the compound at the center. Almost all the other buildings around it blend in with the natural color of the ground. They're black with a reddish hue rubbed into it, almost the same color as Cyrillius's eyes. It's such a disgusting color. What's really going on? I mentally ask Valen, keeping my back to Cyrillius and the pilot.
"I have no idea,"
he answers me.
"He brings me on some of these lunar visits, but something feels off today. He normally wouldn't visit Garaloon until the middle of next week."
I have to remind myself not to physically react in any way. I nearly nodded, confirming that something was indeed off. But I catch myself at the last second. There can't be any logical reason for him to be bringing me today, I telepathically say. Especially just me. If he really was doing what he said he's doing, why wouldn't he bring the other engineers? Why pit me against the others so blatantly? This has nothing to do with why he hired me. There's a pause as Valen considers everything.
Cyrillius always has a plan, is always one step ahead of the game. He's up to something. Stay on your toes.
I can't help it this time. I spare one short look toward Valen. But his poker face is so much better than mine. He just stares coldly out the window as Isroth grows smaller and smaller. 10 minutes later, I get a full view of Garaloon. The small moon is cloaked by a constant cover of clouds, and the sky flickers with electrical storms. The pilot activates a shield to protect us from being struck. And I actually hold my breath as I see us sink to the surface of those gray clouds, and we enter Garaloon's atmosphere. We sink through a thick layer of clouds, and finally, we break through to the other side. I expected to be high in the sky, but we're not. We're only 50 feet above ground. All around us, there are buildings that look as if they've been built of sand on a beach, built by lazy hands. They pile up high and pointy. They even look to be constructed out of black sand. They don't look stable, but they rise up out of the ground everywhere, the peaks of their roofs touching the underbelly of those gray clouds. That same charcoal-colored sand lines the ground, rocks jutting through every now and then. It's almost like the bottom of a sea, but the water was burned out, leaving only ash. It's hideous. With skill and ease, the pilot directs us to a landing dock in the center of all those strange buildings. My palms are slick with sweat as we touch down and the hatch decompresses. My heart is pounding in my ears as it begins to lower. Already waiting for us, there are dozens of Kinduri.
Welcome to Garaloon,
Cyrillius says as he stands, extending a hand for me to walk in front of him. I don't want to walk off the ship. I don't want to touch foot on this moon. I want to go back and return to my lab and pretend everything is fine. But I can't do that. I can't stick my head in the sand. I'm changing the future, and I can't do that by being a coward. I walk forward, down the ramp, and into the circle of Kinduri.
It is good to see you all,
Cyrillius says with a smile as he looks around at them like they're his pack of dogs, and he really is glad to see his pets.
I bring you the tidings of Isroth, and I hope that you enjoy the latest shipment.
I hear the sound of another ship decompressing, and surprised, I turn to see that we were not the only ship to arrive on Garaloon. Another landed just to the side of us, larger, a Class 5. The hatch opens, and I see 5 soldiers waiting with loaded pallets. There's this excited shrieking sound, which makes all the hairs on my body stand on end, and I realize they came from the Kinduri. Every one of them scrambles forward, going to the Class 5, crowding its ramp. The soldiers hand out some kind of package to each of the Kinduri men and women. I squint, trying to figure out what they're getting. As the first ones who got to the hatch clear the area, I see. They open the package and instantly dump whatever it is down their throats. I see blue chunks, the size of small rocks. It's Neron. Like greedy, starving children, every single Kinduri pours the chunks into their mouths and grinds it with their teeth. Others swallow it whole. The sound of grinding and snapping is maddening. I watch in horror. When they're finished, they lick any remaining dust from the packets before they let them flutter to the sand. Their eyes slide closed. They all make this humming sound. And then their bodies twitch in strange, unnatural ways, like their bones are being broken from within, snapping, reconstructing. But they don't cry out in pain. They don't seem startled. This is normal. This is the cost of consuming Neron. My mouth is agape in disgust and fascination. I can't look away, but I want to, because I know that this scene will haunt my nightmares for solars to come. Eventually, the Kinduri right themselves, standing normal. No signs of the broken bones. No signs of harm. Their eyes slide open once more, and they make a sighing sound. Their eyes weep black, making black trails all down their faces. Isroth thanks you for your devotion and knows you appreciate its offering, Cyrillius says to no one in particular, as the soldiers continue handing out the Neron to the hundreds of Kinduri flocking to it. Cyrillius turns, extending a hand toward me. Let us take a look, shall we? I'm almost anxious to go with him, to go anywhere but this courtyard where I'm witnessing the most disturbing sight of my life. Without hesitation, I follow after him, Valen just after me. There are hundreds of Kinduri around, dozens that could reach out and simply touch me. Lock it away. I push every truth down. I throw them in the vault. I pretend everything I'm hiding doesn't exist. I'm just an engineer from Corpillion who now works for Dominion. I follow behind Cyrillius into one of those strange buildings. The air drops, cool and damp, as we step inside. Down halls we walk, passing dozens and dozens of Kinduri who turn and watch us with their weeping black eyes. We walk through a passageway, a dark tunnel that doesn't seem long or deep enough to be a core location. But the space opens up, and there it is, the core that powers everything on Garaloon. It's a standard size for a smaller moon. It's a standard setup, the same as is used on dozens of other planets, I'm sure. Cyrillius makes up some bull slag about taking a look and seeing if I can come up with a way that it can be improved upon. I cast one look at Valen, who watches me with an empty expression. So I take a loop around the core, looking at every aspect of it. It's standard. It's functional. I don't know what he's expecting me to do. Cores are simple, they're effective. But supposedly this is what he wants, so I start babbling about tiny little ways it could be improved. They're such minimal changes, it will maybe make it 5% more effective. If Cyrillius is going to drag me up here to this moon for some made-up mission, I can give him bull slag back. It's pretty quiet on Garaloon. The Kinduri aren't exactly talkative. They're calm and slow, except within a feeding frenzy. With no motivations in life except for their next fix, they're never in a hurry, never upset by anything. So when I hear a yell, it pulls my attention toward the tunnel. I stop talking and listen. When I don't hear any more, I go back to making slag up. But then there's another yell, and another, both male voices. I hear talking, hissing voices, definitely Kinduri. I stop talking mid-sentence, my attention turning to it.
Go on,
Cyrillius encourages. My eyes glance back to him, but then back to the tunnel again. The thicker glass would allow you to store more Neron for... I distractedly say, before I stop dead when another yell suddenly cuts off. The sudden silence chills me to the bone.
Yes?
Cyrillius says, and I swear, I hear a hint of a manic smile in his voice. I hear a voice begin to talk. It's quiet enough that I can't really make out the words. But the tone, the depth of it, the inflections. I take a step toward the tunnel. The words start to become a little clearer. Made it through. I hear words. I take another step forward into the tunnel.
We all made it out, the voice says. We got separated for maybe 30 minutes, but we all made it to the airspace.
No. No. There's another voice saying the word in my head, but I don't hear that as loud as the chilled fear in my own brain. My feet push me forward. No.
Someone deposited millions of credits into Nova's account and gave her the address for a ship, the voice continues to confess. That's how we escaped Corpillion.
No! I run now, the sounds of my footsteps echoing off the stone walls.
We were on the run for lunars,
they continue talking, condemning us to void.
But then we finally found the Bahiri. They taught her, trained her.
I break out into the main corridor of the building, and there I find at least 30 Kinduri gathered. And seated in the center of them all, each with Kinduri fingertips pressed deeply into their temples, are Zane, my father, and Nimia.
And she left us in the middle of the night to come back here, to kill Cyrillius.
Zane says the final words that condemn me. All my blood had already disappeared, but it lights on fire as an arm wraps around my chest, and I feel the heat and electricity of a single-edged Neron sword held just an inch from my throat. The very same one I made with my own 2 hands.
Would you please repeat that last part?
Cyrillius asks in a calm hiss, his lips brushing against the back of my ear. Like an obedient robot, Zane speaks.
Nova came to Isroth so she could kill Cyrillius.
There's a pause, and I can just imagine that creepy smile forming on Cyrillius's face. I hardly dare breathe. The Neron blade is so close to my throat, and even I can't survive that.
As far as we knew, Nova was captured by Edan Calwyn and brought to Isroth for the reward money,
he says. His breath warms my entire neck, making me want to squirm out of his grasp and shrivel and die. Zane isn't Zane. He stares ahead, his expression blank. The words flow out of his lips without any filter.
Edan Calwyn is Nova's new best friend. They were in on everything together.
Cyrillius lets out a ragged, harsh breath, and I feel his entire body trembling with anger. He shoves me forward so harsh and unexpected that I fall to the ground, barely catching myself before I fall flat on my face. I twist around, keeping him in my vision. He looks down at me with more seething anger than I ever thought him capable of. Clutched in his right hand is the sword I made.
Such a pity,
he says through clenched teeth.
I meant every word when I spoke of your potential, Nova Ainsley. But even talented snakes are still snakes.
I scoot back from Cyrillius, sliding myself across the rough floor.
Send word back to Isroth that Edan Calwyn is to be locked up until I return, Cyrillius says, looking at no one Kinduri in particular. I want to watch him die myself when I return.
No! I scream, watching as two different Kinduri turn and walk out of the building.
End her, Nero,
Cyrillius says, his tone almost bored.
Make it hurt.
I smile, a celebratory feeling of victory sweeping through me, because what Cyrillius doesn't know can hurt him. Cyrillius's greatest weapon would never follow this command. I twist back, my eyes slipping from Cyrillius to Valen. Valen stares at me with an intense expression, his jaw clenched tight. I see his fingers roll into fists. Every bit of him is trembling. No. My eyes instantly well, and I feel all of my insides tremble. Just how much of a slave did the Kinduri make Valen to Cyrillius? If Cyrillius gives him an order, this order, can Valen fight it? From the way his body is trembling, from the heat in his eyes, from the amount of restraint I see coursing through him, I think the answer is no. And suddenly I realize that our feelings may not be enough. His desire to have a future with me may not be enough. I realize that I might die, right now, ended by the hand of Valen.
I said, end her,
Cyrillius says, his angry voice cutting through the space, echoing off the walls. Valen stares at me, and I realize I might die. Valen! I mentally scream at him. Don't! You can fight him! Don't listen to him, Valen!
What are you waiting for?
Cyrillius bellows. Still, Valen stands there, shaking from head to toe. With an angry, resolved sound, Cyrillius lunges forward 2 steps, the Neron sword in his hand, and aims for my gut. A bellow, low and powerful and feral, fills the space, and I feel the breath suck out of me as Neron gathers around Valen's hands. With a powerful blast, he releases it. All the Kinduri closest to him drop to the ground, instantly, dead. Cyrillius is knocked to the side. Valen doesn't wait a second. He extends his hand, his fingers in a curved shape, and Cyrillius is suddenly jerked to his feet, and then he's dangling in the air. His hands go to his throat, clawing at the invisible Neron in his body that is now strangling him.
You will never touch her again.
Valen's voice shakes as he speaks. He's still trembling with unfiltered rage.
You will never use your Kinduri on my mind again, and I will do whatever it takes to be rid of you, forever. You betray me, Nero!
Cyrillius gasps, still clawing at nothing but his skin, leaving red, welting marks.
I found something more to live for,
Valen says. But even as he says the words, I can see his strength weakening. I see sweat forming on his brow. He can't kill Cyrillius. The sound of dozens of footsteps behind us pull my eyes away. Dominion soldiers pour into the building, and when they see what is going on, they fire. A shot catches Valen in the left shoulder. Cyrillius drops to the ground. A feral scream rips from my throat as I twist and throw my hands out, throwing a shield out, blasting the firing soldiers back, knocking them on their backs. Nero, I hear Cyrillius say, reverence in his voice. She's another Nero. I twist, aiming my hands at him, intending to rip him in half with the neuron in his own blood. But the world flashes black and screams ricochet through my brain. I hold the sides of my head as the screams grow louder, deeper, demonic. "Take her!" Cyrillius screams. I hear him getting to his feet. "Do not kill her!" But as the terrors in my brain begin to fade away, I see the soldiers rushing at me. Until the room flashes blue, like there is a laser cutting through the space, and the soldiers drop to the ground, cut clean in half. Valen holds one hand up to them before releasing the neuron, which he pulled right from their very own guns. "Stop!" a voice bellows. And as I twist, looking for Cyrillius, I find him. Across the room. He stands behind my father, pulled from his bindings, released from the Kinduri. He holds that neuron sword to his throat. "Nova," my father says, his voice little more than a whisper. I see the confusion clearing from his eyes. He gives a slow blink, trying to make sense of what is going on. "No," I say, gritting my teeth. I take a step forward, raising my hands. Instantly, all the shattered pieces of the soldiers' neuron weapons rise, deadly shrapnel. A smile curls on Cyrillius's face. He tightens his grip on my father. "You cannot kill me, Nova," he says, despite all the shrapnel that begins swirling around him. "So stop this nonsense and let us have a real conversation. Let's talk through this like adults." I'm seeing blue. I feel the power of Neuron raging through my blood. I feel it dancing around me like an electric storm. I swear every bit of my hair is standing on end. But he's right. I can't make the debris dive into him. I can't cut him into a million shreds like I want to. "This changes everything, Nova Nero," he says, his voice low and reverent. "I knew you had potential. But as a Nero, you and I and Valen could do such great things." "Don't listen to a word he says, Nova," my father growls. He's still. He doesn't fight, because if he does, he'll slice his own throat on that Neuron sword. I know just how razor-sharp it is. "You really should," Cyrillius says, calm like a snake. "Because you cannot kill me. Valen cannot kill me. But I can certainly kill your father." Trapped. I feel trapped. I don't know what to do. "It isn't worth it, Nova," Zane says, his voice quiet and scared and desperate. "You'll hate yourself forever. We will figure something out." I'm shaking now. I don't know what to do. In the end, I don't get to make a decision. The ceiling above us makes a great cracking sound. I get 1 second of a glance to see Nimia's eyes turned up to it. I don't know what she's trying to do, but my stomach is instantly filled with dread. Wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Something is about to go wrong. And then the entire building caves in on us. 13. A tight arm wraps around my waist, and we both hit the floor. I hear thunderous noise and screams. A blue, paper-thin bubble keeps us from being crushed. But the debris of the building smashes down around us, burying us 15 feet deep. Valen grunts, holding his one good hand above us, keeping us from being crushed. Dad! Dad! I scream, so raw and savage that my throat screams in protest. I get to my knees, searching for signs of him, but all I see is the shimmer of the Neron shield and a solid wall of debris. Zane! No, no, no! I sob. The breath rips in and out of me as panic takes over my entire body. I hold my hands up, ready to wield Neron and get us all out of here, when a grunt of pain reminds me that I am not alone. Slag! I cry as I turn around. Valen, you're bleeding all over! He is holding on to me, one hand gripping protectively onto my waist. His blood is covering me, spilling from the bullet wound. He grunts in pain, but I see him grit his teeth, holding up the shield, as more and more of the building collapses on top of us. I shift, helping Valen to lie on his back, even as he keeps his good hand extended, maintaining the shield. I place my hands over his wound and close my eyes. I let my senses reach out, collecting any Neron I can find from beneath us so as not to disturb Valen from keeping us from being crushed. I pull it from deep, deep in the earth of Garaloon. There's hardly any at all. It rises up from the ground, and I let my eyes open once more. A tiny bead of it floats in the air, and I mentally direct it to Valen's wound. It lowers and sinks right into his flesh. Valen's eyes slide closed, and he lets out a sigh of relief as it sinks in, and I feel it as it begins stitching him back together, healing him. We have to get out of here, I say, still holding my hands over his wound. Oh, Slag, do you think they're all dead? Emotions well in my eyes. Nimia must have thought she was prepared. She brought down the building. She must have thought she could protect them. She's a Nero? Valen says, his voice sounding stronger. You know her? I nod as I help Valen get to a sitting position. I'm trying not to hyperventilate. We're surrounded by debris. We're in such a small space, I can't even stand up. Extending my hands, I concentrate on the top of it all, removing it piece by piece. I'll explain it all later, I say, but she's an ally. I push my abilities further, harder. I feel the clock ticking. There has only maybe been a minute that has passed by, but anything could happen in that span of time. I have to get to Zane and my father. Valen gets to his knees, squares his shoulders, and I see a look of determination fill his eyes. He extends both his hands and pushes. Instantly, all the debris push away, every single piece, going flying across the surface of Garaloon, crashing into other buildings with great cracks. There, only 15 feet away, I see 3 figures. There is Zane and Nimia, leaning over another figure, lying motionless on the cracked and crumbled floor. Dad! I scream, darting across the ruined space. Valen Nero! Zane's voice says with a quake. He looks at Valen with wide, terrified eyes. My knees scream in pain as I drop to the ground beside my father. I take his hand, leaning over him, pushing Zane out of the way. But I freeze. My insides disappear. A smooth, clean line stretches across his throat. The skin is cut and burned. Blood stains his skin. Dad? My voice croaks out. Dad, can you hear me? I lay my hands over his throat, calling Neron, pulling it from everywhere around me. I flush it into his skin. Come on, come on, come on, I chant over and over, even as emotions well in my eyes, even as all my insides shake and quiver. Nova, a gentle voice says, and a hand touches my arm. No! I scream, slapping Zane's hand away from me. No! Tears pour from my eyes now as I look back down at my father. I call more Neron. I sink it into his injury. I wait. I feel. But I feel nothing. Nothing. An angry sob rips from my chest. My breaths suck and pull and bellow in and out of my lungs. Where is he? I demand, looking around. Where is Cyrillius? I don't see him. I don't see any Kinduri. None that are alive, anyway. But I do hear the sound of soldiers. Nova, we need to leave, Valen says as he grabs my shoulder, with enough firmness that his words reach me. We have to go, now. Why is he here? Zane says through clenched teeth. What are you doing with... Valen, help me. I cut him off, barely registering that he said anything. I look down and tears resume running down my face. I wipe a dirty wrist over my cheeks, pushing them away. The sound of the soldiers grows closer. I hear them shouting Cyrillius's name. Help me! I cry in desperation, even as Valen scoops my father into his arms, heaving him up off the ground. I climb to my feet, my entire body shaking. We have to get back to that ship. I can explain everything later, I say, when Zane and Nimia look at Valen with absolute fear. Go! And as a shot is fired in our direction, we all take off running. The chaos has scattered the masses, and I only see Kinduri off in the distance or in those strange buildings, watching us from misshapen windows. We duck and dart as shots are fired at us. There, ahead, I see the Class 5 ship that transported us here. I don't hesitate for 1 second when I raise my hand, gathering Neron, and form an arrow. I pull my hand back as if I'm shooting an invisible bow, and release. It sails true and embeds in the heart of the pilot standing in the doorway, watching the insanity unfold. Get him out of here! I yell, even as his body drops onto the ramp, dead. Zane rolls him off the ramp, and once we're all inside, Nimia smashes her hand into the control that closes it. Without hesitating, Zane takes the pilot's seat and fires up the core. Where am I setting as our destination? He says frantically as we hear shots hitting the outside of the ship. We have to get back to Isroth, I say, making myself not look at my father as Valen lays him on the floor. I can't leave Edan, they'll kill him. Are you slagging kidding me? Zane says, looking at me with frantic eyes as the ship lifts off the ground. We've got a ship, ready to go, and you want to go back into the hive? I'm not leaving him behind, Zane! I scream. And I'd absolutely hit him, but I need him to stay conscious so he can pilot the ship. He fixes me with a hard glare, his jaw clenching, but he turns back to the controls and inputs the commands. Valen grabs the radio comm and presses the button. This is Valen Nero, he says, and goosebumps flash over my skin at the commanding tone to his voice. Some slag is going on Garaloon. I don't know who is impersonating Cyrillius, giving ridiculous commands, but I want you all to listen to me.
I need Edan Calwyn brought to the presidential landing pad immediately.
There's a moment of static non-response, and then a voice comes through, clear as day.
This is Cyrillius of Dominion.
His voice chills me to the bone.
There is no imposter. Every order has been issued directly from myself. Valen Nero has betrayed us, and I approve the termination of him and any others with him. The prisoner Edan Calwyn is to be terminated upon his finding.
Slag, I say, as Valen releases the comm and looks at me. I mean, at least they haven't found Edan yet, but...
We'll find him,
Valen says, as he places his hands on my shoulders and looks me in the eyes. I see a promise in them, that we will, and he will do whatever it takes. So I give a nod, deciding once more to trust him.
Set us down on the roof,
Valen says, turning and giving Zane a command.
Land on the south side. It will put us closest to where Edan might be, to the areas where he'd have access. It will keep us closest to the presidential courtyard where the corsair is.
Hesitantly, Zane looks at me. Do it, I say, fixing my eyes on the shape of the compound as it grows bigger and bigger. I know I need to explain, but there is no time right now. My heart is beating out of my chest. I still can't bring myself to look down and see my father lying there on the floor. So I reach over and take Valen's gloved hand in mine. Zane doesn't miss it. He looks up at me with a slightly accusatory stare, but doesn't say anything. Just 2 minutes later, the ship carefully descends to the roof of the compound. 14. You two shouldn't be here, I say as the ship decompresses. I roll my shoulders back, waiting for the hatch to open. But since you are, I hope you're ready to fight. It's what we came here for. To my surprise, it's Nimia who answers first. I meet her eyes, and I'm surprised by what I see in them. Determination, conviction, and I think that maybe I never took the time to get to know her back on Calypso like I should have. I nod, looking back to Zane, who looks scared, as he should. But he gives a nod as well and pulls his rapier handle from the folds of his clothes. It sounds like Edan is hiding somewhere in the compound, I say, making a plan because I know how little time we have. He's good at that after living in the streets for solars. We're going to have to search. They each nod, and we go to the hatch as it lowers.
We're running out of time, Valen says. Cyrillius will have the soldiers gathering.
Let's go then, I say, stepping off the ramp and onto the roof of the compound. Without another word, we all follow after Valen. We crawl in through an air intake vent that is large enough to fit us all side by side. We slip down, sliding through the aluminum tubes, when Valen blasts a hole through the side. He slips out and extends a hand out, helping me through, then Nimia, and then letting Zane get himself out. We're in a dark hallway I've never been in before. Silently, Valen gives the command for us to follow him. We're slow. We're having to search, to try and see in all the dark cracks. We're calling for Edan as quietly as we can. We duck behind doors as we hear soldiers trotting through hallways. We hold our breath as we hear voices walk past us.
12-3.
Valen says quietly into his Connect link as we watch forms retreat.
This is Valen. Have you seen any traces of Edan Calwyn?
He was spotted in the east wing about 20 minutes ago. She immediately answers. They're all work. They don't bother with pleasantries. He slipped away, though. Valen doesn't give a response. He just nods us ahead. My lab isn't far from there. I say quietly. I have some things I need to grab from there.
You have a lab here?
Zane asks, his voice deadpan flat.
I thought you came here to kill Cyrillius and now you're working for the man?
Nothing has been exactly straightforward or simple since getting here. I hiss, glaring back at him. Don't go jumping to conclusions when you know nothing.
Apparently,
he says, his tone annoyed and condescending. We all slow as we come up to a huge opening, a gathering room. A group of soldiers crosses it, every one of them holding a Neron-powered firearm. We wait, silently, until they clear the space. We silently slip through, heading into the hallway across, and cut through another. I press my hand to the scanner for the elevator, and we only wait for 5 tense seconds before the wall opens up and we step inside. The Kinduri messed with my head as soon as Edan and I got here. I rush into explanations the second the doors close, knowing we have about 1 minute. They made it so I can't kill Cyrillius. They've also been messing with Valen's head his entire life, making it so that he's loyal and can't leave Cyrillius or Dominion. I take a deep breath, staring at the shiny metal doors in front of me, trying to sort through all the important information I need to share. Soon after I started building weapons on Corpillion, I started hearing this voice in my head, I say. And even as I do, I shift my weight so I'm a little closer to Valen, my shoulder brushing against his. It was Valen, but I didn't realize it at first. I didn't know I was a Nero yet, so we didn't know why we formed a telepathic connection. But we did, and over the lunars we grew closer, confiding in each other. We became friends. With the words, Valen shifts closer to me, and all my blood sparks electric. I can't even explain it, but there is something... I struggle to find the words to explain this. Valen and I... Our futures are tied together, Valen says in very clear, simple terms. Neither of us liked what we saw, but the emotional consequences of what we saw in the future changed everything. So I'm going to do whatever it takes to change that future into one we want. I'm struck dumb and silent. My eyes slide up to his, and he looks back down at me, his expression dead serious and even. A small smile pulls on my lips. My eyes shift to meet Zane's. So you've never even met him in person, and you're in love with him because you've seen your future and it's with him? Zane questions in a condescending, questioning tone. None of that is true, I say, feeling my insides harden. Now what the void are you doing here on Isroth? What do you think we're doing? He says, his eyes hardening. You took off in the middle of the night with that maniac, leaving a note that you're going to kill Cyrillius. So when after a lunar with no word on the black hole of truth that Cyrillius is dead, we had to assume the worst. The 3 of us fixed a ship and came after you to save you. You did a splendid job, I say with bite, as emotions prick my eyes. I'm seeing Cyrillius holding that Neron sword to my father's throat again. I'm seeing Nimia bringing down the building. I have no way of knowing if Cyrillius intentionally drew the blade across my father's throat, or if it happened by accident with the debris falling. But either way, he's gone now.
Nova, They came because they love you, Nova,
Valen says. And I'm surprised by the hard edge in his voice. He shuts me down in my anger and frustration. I shut my mouth. I stare blankly at the elevator doors. We didn't anticipate the security around Isroth. It's Nimia who continues the story when I hurt Zane enough that he couldn't speak. They took us straight to Garaloon for questioning by the Kinduri. I don't remember much after that until you and Valen started killing everyone. I nod, even if I can't speak. Thankfully, I don't have to, because the elevator doors open just then, and we step out into the blinding white laboratory. There must have been some kind of security alert issued, because normally this lab would be busy with workers, but right now it's completely vacant. We walk through, and Valen instantly destroys the cameras. We hook around the stairs that rise up to my personal lab. I take them 2 at a time, and then stop short when I reach the top. Edan sits in a chair at the table, his feet propped up on it, having a drink.
Took you long enough,
he says, looking up at me from beneath his lashes with that manic grin. You slam maniac! I growl at him as I head to the table I left the breastplates on, realizing Edan is already wearing one. I grab the other 2 and shove them at Nimia and Zane. Here I thought you'd be curled up in some hole and you're just lounging out in the open, in probably the most obvious place. I can't believe we aren't getting swarmed right now.
The obvious places are usually the best hiding places,
he says with a smile as he stands. His eyes slide to Valen, who he casually walks up to, extending a hand.
You must be Valen Nero. I've heard a lot about you.
Zane shoots me a dark expression, a look of betrayal, because up until a few minutes ago, he'd heard absolutely nothing about Valen.
And you must be Edan,
Valen responds as he shakes his hand.
Pleasure,
Edan says with that scary-looking smile. This is all very heartwarming, but we really should get out of here, I say, as I help Nimia strap on the breastplate. I press the touchscreen, activating it. Instantly, a blue bubble shimmers around her for 2 seconds before it becomes invisible again. It's a personal neuron shield, I say, as I strap the other on Zane, not looking him in the eye. It should protect you from any kind of blasts, at least ones the size of firearms. Cannons will be a different story. Should? Nimia questions as she stretches her arms out, watching as the air ripples around her, conforming to her shape. They're prototypes, I say, grabbing the new double-ended staff I made just 2 days ago and clip it on my belt. I had to leave my original one hidden on the Corsair. I haven't gotten a chance to test them yet.
You're a beautiful experiment,
Edan says as he claps his hand on Zane's shoulder with that manic smile. Zane shrugs him off with a sneer.
Let's go,
Valen says, seeing I've gotten everything I need. Without another word, we turn and head out the door and back down the stairs. We cut through the main lab and aim for the elevator. Only when we press the buttons for it, nothing happens.
Slag,
Zane breathes. The next second, the lights all go out. We're plunged into utter darkness. I hear a crack, and a few seconds later, blue flames spark, quickly growing. Valen lit one of the tables on fire. You really think that you can escape? A voice bellows through the room, over the loudspeaker.
You really thought it would be so easy? I don't know if that is endearingly ignorant or insulting, Nova Nero.
I hear the sound of metal doors sliding open, and then the sound of dozens of footsteps flooding into the lab. I hold my hands up, creating a shield of Neron. As my eyes adjust to the dim light, I see hundreds of soldiers flooding into the lab. I had forgotten there was another elevator, another passageway across the lab, until the doors open, and out walks Cyrillius.
Take out the 3 spares.
Cyrillius doesn't hesitate in giving life-ending commands.
Do not kill the 2 Nero.
Count again, Nemia says, as her expression darkens, and she unleashes a volley of Neron spears at the 20 soldiers nearest her. The shots unleash. The soldiers fire, blasting away. And all void breaks loose. I'm blasting Neron as quickly as I can pull it from the air. I'm stealing it from their weapons, firing it right back at them, redirecting it. But there are hundreds of them, maybe even 1,000 now. It's an all-out war. The Nero against the soldiers, and then hand to hand as more and more of them force their way in on our circle. Zane parries and jabs with his Neron rapier. Edan somehow recovered his club and swings, completely obliterating anyone it comes into contact with, stabbing others right through the heart with the pointed end. A scream rips through my chest as I pull all the Neron from the air and shoot it back out in a solid sheet. The 30 nearest soldiers are sliced clean in half and drop to the ground, dead. I'm mesmerized as I catch glimpses of Valen fighting. He spins and parries, gathering Neron around his hands, slicing through throats and sending life-ending pulses of energy through bodies as they pile around him. I nearly forgot. Valen was trained as a soldier before he manifested his abilities. He's been trained his entire life how to fight.
Zane!
I scream as the bodies pile higher and higher around me.
The elevator!
The lights flicker back on, illuminating the path.
Edan, get out of here! Nemia, get to the ship. We will meet you there as soon as we can.
I see Zane drop another soldier, but he isn't unharmed. A rush of blood is smeared all over his face from a cut above his eye. Edan has a big cut rushing up the side of his left arm, but he swings like a maniac and doesn't even seem to notice as he crushes 3 soldiers all at the same time, ending them for good.
But Nova... She's a big slam girl, pretty boy,
Edan says as he grabs Zane by the back of his shirt and hauls him toward the elevator, Nemia following behind, blasting soldiers out of the way as they run.
Let the Neros handle the rest of this mess.
And my heart thumps in gratitude and fear as I watch them pile into the elevator and the doors close. I just hope and pray they have a clear path once they get back to the main level and make it to the ship.
You fight futilely against Dominion.
I hear Cyrillius's voice boom over the speakers.
We have worked together in peace for 14 solars, Valen. Let the peace continue. Let us work together. We can accomplish such great things with 3 Nero.
You create mindless dogs, Valen says as he blasts away 5 more soldiers. I won't be yours anymore.
You have no choice, Nero,
he says, and through the smoke, I see the shape of him walking toward us.
I saved you. I plucked you from that savage planet. You owe me your life.
I look at Valen, and I see his resolve weakening. I see the anger in his expression faltering. I see the neuron dim. Valen, don't listen to him. I breathe. And as I realize that no one is firing at us any longer because the soldiers were told not to kill us, I grab Valen and extinguish the blue flames he created. As quietly as I can, I step over the bodies, keeping Valen's hand firmly held in mine. I aim us toward the back of the lab.
Is this really what you want for your life, Nova?
Cyrillius's voice comes through the dark and the smoke.
You've just been cleared. Do you really want a life of running? Of being a wanted criminal? A life constantly looking over your shoulder? Do you really want to live a life of being eternally hunted?
I can't see anything, but I rely on my memory. I feel along the back wall, until finally I feel the keypad. I press the button and hear the quiet mechanical whir of the elevator.
I am a forgiving person.
Cyrillius continues his speech, and my skin crawls at how near he's getting. I press the button again and again.
I understand that having the abilities you both possess must come with its own stress. A new relationship creates confusing feelings.
And my heart drops.
Someday, I would very much like to hear the story of how the two of you truly met,
he says, turning my blood cold.
Watching your reunion was truly touching.
Valen's hand tightens on mine, and I feel heat. Blue light begins to shine between our hands. It happens all at once. The elevator finally arrives and opens, dinging as it does. Every light in the lab turns back on, blinding us. And Valen throws a blast of Neron so powerful that it throws everything in the lab back and away from us, including Cyrillius. We step into the elevator and turn to see Cyrillius and his soldiers that are still alive thrown across the lab and hit the wall across the way with a sickening smack. I see him slide to the floor and attempt to rise to his feet just as the doors between us close. My breath rips in and out of me, pulling in too fast. My entire body is shaking from head to toe.
Slag, Nova, you're bleeding.
I don't even feel anything, but I do feel when Valen's hands touch me, looking for the source of the blood. He finds where a shot grazed me along my back. It's bleeding, but it isn't deep. Valen, But I don't have any words. I'm just exhausted and tired and scared. I pull myself into his arms, burying my face in his chest, instead of paying attention to my injury. I sob. I'm not one to cry if I don't have to, but everything has changed. Everything has fallen apart. Everyone is in danger, or worse. And I am just too empty in this very moment. I sob into Valen's chest. Gently, Valen wraps his arms around me, holding me close. And for a moment, I feel safe, protected. I let myself focus on the miracle that this is for just a moment. After nearly a solar in each other's heads, after resolving myself that we could never, ever be together, here we are. Together.
Nova!
A voice yells from my Connect link, and I startle away from Valen.
Are you all right?
We're okay for now, I say into the device at my wrist. Did you make it out?
We made it,
Zane says, and he's breathing hard.
Nimia took care of a few soldiers and Kinduri on our way out, but we made it back to the roof for Torin, and we're on the Corsair. How long till you get here?"
I shake my head, looking up at the ceiling. I'm not going to make it back to the Corsair. And then the doors to the elevator open, and we both walk out, through the dark tunnel, to where the space opens up, and I look down the railing. Valen and I are going to have to take another ship off this planet. 15. We're slam lucky that this area has also been evacuated. I don't want to have to kill any more people than we have to.
"Nova, this ship isn't even finished,"
Valen says, and there's a hint of panic in his voice.
"They've been working on this thing for solars, and they can't figure out how to make it work."
A wild grin grows on my face as I dart down the stairs that lead to the ground level it sits upon. My brain has been working through this beast for weeks since Cyrillius showed it to me, I say, as I aim for the hatch and walk straight up the ramp like I own this thing.
"What are you talking about, another ship?"
It's Edan's voice that comes through my Connect link this time. "There was an experimental spacecraft hidden in a secondary lab way down deep," I say, as I walk into the bridge of the ship and start pressing buttons. It's actually quite simple. I start up the core. It's supposed to be the fastest ship in the galaxy.
"Except that it isn't finished," Valen says loudly. "No one has flown it yet because they made the core more powerful than any ship can handle."
"Oh, but they've never had a Nero as a pilot," I say with a smile as I press the controls to close the hatch and begin compression. "They've never had someone who could stabilize and control the core and its energy." Out of the corner of my eye, I see movement. Through the massive glass window before me, I see Cyrillius and his men pile out of the elevator. They have no idea what to do. They won't fire on their incredibly expensive ship. And we're about to take off.
"This sounds like suicide, Nova!"
Zane's voice yells over the Connect link. "I'm the galaxy's slam best mechanic and engineer," I scoff. I've found my confidence again now that I'm in my territory, my zone of expertise. Trust me, this I can handle. I press the control, and smooth as anything, the ship lifts. I hear the sound of hundreds of supports clattering to the ground, and the yells of surprise from those on the ground. They scatter so they don't get burned to a near-on crisp. I back the massive ship up, and with all its automatic sensors, it finds its own way through the old mining tunnel and begins working its way to the surface.
"You're insane!" Zane yells through the device. "Why do you keep doing this? You keep thinking you can handle more than you can, and—" "Have a little faith, you apprehensive worry-nart," I hear Edan. "We'll wait for your big exit and take advantage of the distraction."
"Thank you, Edan," I say dramatically as I mess with the controls, figuring everything out. "Now, once we've lost everyone from Dominion, I think we need to take a week to make sure we aren't being tracked. And then meet back at Calypso?"
"Sounds like a plan, Queen Nova," Edan says.
"Stay safe," I say, ending the connection so I can focus on what I'm doing.
"You don't think they're going to get shot out of the sky in 2 minutes?"
Valen asks, coming to my side and helping me figure out the controls as we rise from the belly of Isroth. "Zane's a slam good pilot," I say, as we lurch and I hear a grinding sound. "Edan is maniacally smart when it comes to survival, and Nimia is a Nero. I trust my crew. They'll be okay."
"He's right,"
Valen says as he watches the heat sensors start going ballistic.
You're insane.
He lays his hand on the control deck and closes his eyes. I feel the power ripple out from him. I know he's searching, looking for the neuron core. He's wrapping himself around it, controlling it. I watch as the heat sensors go back to normal. And I grab hold of the emergency directional controller just as we rise up to Terra level. 24 Class 6 fighter ships are all waiting for us, all pointed in our direction. How much does Cyrillius value his investments? I ask, looking around at them all.
There isn't much that he cares about more than money,
Valen says, his eyes sliding around to look at all the ships waiting to blast holes through us. Okay then, I say, and I throw our thrusters forward. I was counting on this ship being solid and heavy, and I'm not disappointed when I blast right through 2 Class 6s, obliterating them into balls of fire, not leaving a scratch on this ship. But as soon as we break through them, I feel the rocking of impact as the others start shooting at us. Apparently, Cyrillius would rather keep Valen and I here on Isroth and destroy his ship than let us escape with everything. Zane, go now! I yell, giving the command. On it, comes his reply, and I hear the background noise of the Corsair taking off.
Coming in from your left,
Valen yells, catching the 12 fighters that have circled and are aiming right for us. I bank hard to the right, rolling and rolling us. I'm not a pilot. I'm really not a very good pilot. We spin out of control for a good 3 seconds before I right us with a hard stop that nearly sends the both of us to the ground.
Nova, this is Cyrillius.
A harsh voice growls.
Stand down and land back on Isroth, or we will be forced to use whatever means necessary to ground you.
Go to void. I snap before I turn off the communications system. I hear the bellowing echoes as more shots hit the ship. An update shows that the defensive cloak is holding. Valen swears.
Those are Class 5s, Nova. Get ready for them to come in harder and faster.
My hand slips. I don't have any other explanation. I have no idea what I hit. Because 1 second I was seeing the battle-torn sky of Isroth, and the next I'm thrown back, crashing next to Valen as the ship bullets forward, ripping through Isroth's atmosphere. The world goes black. Lights flash. I'm smashed against the wall, pressed so hard I can't claw myself away from it. Valen gives a growl, attempting to make his way back to the controls. I feel the heat rising rapidly. I feel tendrils of power curling through the air as the neuron core destabilizes. Faster and faster we split through space. I can hardly breathe. My lungs feel flat. I feel like I suddenly weigh 1,000 pounds, and I swear I can feel all the blood being forced to my back. I feel lightheaded. I can't pass out. If we pass out, we'll crash into something and we'll be dead. With a cry of agony and desperation, Valen slaps his hands straight to the metal floor and releases a pulse of energy. I feel him suck in the excess neuron. I hear the ship calm as he takes control of the core. I feel the temperature begin to drop again. But the ship only slows slightly. With every ounce of strength I have, I claw my way across the floor. I fight for every inch as I rise to the control deck. And my hand shakes almost uncontrollably as I hit the command to stop. There's a pop sound. And then the world is very quiet. Everything goes dark. The gravity simulators go out. I have to grab hold of the command deck to keep from floating off.
Nova!
I hear Valen yell. We roll, end over end, and then suddenly, I feel something grab hold of us. And as we roll, something comes into view. Something big. Something massive. A planet. We've just fallen into its atmosphere, and its gravity is sucking us to its surface. We're going down! I yell, frantically hitting the controls. Finally, the lights come back on at the same time gravity does. I smash to the ground, cracking my knee on the supports. I can't get the thrusters back on! I scream as I tap control after control. I can't stop the ship! The ground below us grows closer and closer. I see green. I see towering mountains. I see the blue of water.
We're going to have to slow it down, Nova!
Valen bellows, and I understand. I place my hands on the command deck. I close my eyes, and I lift. I throw everything I have into slowing the ship down. I imagine all the Neuron in it slowing, becoming light. I imagine us floating down to the surface of this planet. Careful, gentle. I open my eyes. We have slowed. But still, I'm thrown into the ceiling at impact. And the world goes black. 16. My body should be screaming in pain when I wake and sit up, but it feels great. I feel amazing. I'm lying on a bed, a blanket laid over me. Somehow I made it into the sleeping quarters. Everything is an absolute mess, tossed everywhere. But just this bed was arranged, and somehow I'm in it. Valen? I call out, but I don't hear a response. I climb out of the bed and cautiously make my way back toward the command deck. I check for signs of severe damage to the ship as I go, but I don't see any. The lights are all off. It's a bit cold. But other than that, I don't see anything that looks too serious. I step into the command deck, and the air grows even cooler. The hatches open, and just then, I see Valen walking up the ramp. I breathe a sigh of relief. He seems unharmed. Whatever injuries he sustained in our crash have already healed. So this planet has breathable air, I say, the first thing that pops into my head. Valen nods.
And water, and vegetation. We got incredibly lucky. Our odds were probably less than 1 in 1 million.
I nod, knowing it's probably way less than that. So, I say, looking around. Out the window, I see a mountain not far from us. I see towering green trees. Where are we? Valen steps inside, and the ship must not be totally destroyed because he touches a command and a screen pulls up. It flashes, full of static and difficult to read. I realize after a moment that it's trying to show a map. There's a blinking dot in the middle with a huge circle around it.
It can't seem to pinpoint our location, Valen says, glaring darkly at the map. But we're somewhere on the outskirts of either the V, W, or X sector.
My stomach falls to the floor. No, that can't be right, I say, shaking my head as I try to make the hollow screen work. That's impossible. That would mean we traveled at least 8 sectors in a matter of, 20 minutes? Valen shakes his head, running his hand through his hair.
I don't know,
he says.
Impossible, absolutely. But obviously something went wrong with the ship. It felt like...
Like what? I encourage when he hesitates.
Like we punched a hole through space,
he says. And as I think about it, he's right. That was insanity. That wasn't right. Something malfunctioned. We could be anywhere right now. I check my Connect link, but it just displays an error message. So I turn to the hatch, and cautiously, I walk down it. I hold my hand up to block out the light, and my boots walk out into long, bluish-green grass. For a moment, I let my eyes slide closed, enjoying the sunshine on my skin. I breathe in the cleanest air I've ever tasted.
This planet isn't on any maps,
Valen says as he comes to stand beside me.
Which means, even if the systems know about it, it isn't worth worrying over. It means no one lives here.
I let out a slow breath as I look out. In the distance, I see some kind of bird sailing over the trees. It lands in a high branch and looks right at us, curious and suspicious. So it's just us? I ask, and my heart picks up speed just a little. Valen reaches out and takes my hand, keeping his gloves on so that we can stay in the moment.
It's just us,
he says. Alone on a planet by ourselves, with the galaxy's most advanced ship broken. Where no one in the entire galaxy knows where we are. Just us. Just Nova and Valen. Together. Finally. End of episode 4. This has been Nero Blood. Written by Keary Taylor. Narrated by Jamie Lamchick. Copyright 2019 by Keary Taylor. Production copyright by Keary Taylor.